like to call this meeting to order. Time is now 5:30 p.m. on May 24th, 2022. We'll go to agenda item number 1, adoption of the agenda as submitted. And this is for possible action. Second. Okay, by Mike, motion by Mike, second by Laurel. Any board discussion? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. Any online public comment?
No, Mr. Varner, thank you.
Seeing none, I'll go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries. We'll go to agenda item number 2, with adjournment to closed session per NRS 288.220.4 to discuss labor relations with the district management's representatives. And this is for discussion only. If back to order. The first item on the agenda will be the flag salute. Mr. Cassiopo, would you lead us, please?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 5, which is a superintendent's report. Mr. Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's good to have our community with us. So board members, thank you. We are looking forward to introducing a number of our students. There's been some marvelous performances by our students, and certainly we appreciate the work of our adult coaches and staff. It's really remarkable to be able to witness the level of attainment, and in all of these situations, our students here in Carson City are being compared against the best in the state. And so this is a wonderful opportunity for us to show what our students have been able to do and accomplish. So I'd like to begin by inviting Mrs. Angela Golick to come forward. She is here with students of the Future Business Leaders of America. Sometimes you've heard this referred to as FBLA. And Mrs. Golick, we would love for you to introduce your students to us this evening.
This new setup it's different. Can you hear me okay? Okay, hi, I'm Angela Golick. I'm a Carson High educator, and I'm also the advisor for the Future Business Leaders of America. We have some of our members here tonight. I'd like to give a report about the great things that have been happening with our organization this this year, and then hopefully have a couple of them speak to you. First of all, we are the largest student business organization in the United States. There are over 230,000 student business leaders, career and technical business leaders in the United States and around the world. I've been advising or co-advising this group for over 10 years. It's been a fun time. I'd like to report that one of the things that we were participating in this year was the hugely successful father-daughter community-wide event, in which our group was one of 3 Carson High groups that put this event on, with over 800 fathers and daughters in attendance. And we had to turn people away that day of the dance. We sold out. We always sell out. This group of individuals was helpful in the social media, marketing, ticket sales, photo booth sales, admission gate entry, cleanup, setup the week before, and then cleanup on Sunday, the 24th of April. That morning, they helped do that. And then like 5 hours later, got on a bus to go to competition in Reno, where we competed for 2.5 days. And the results of our competition at the state business leadership competition was hugely successful on very little sleep after that weekend of doing the father-daughter ball, prom, all of that good stuff. But we were happy to be back in person in Reno doing the competition after 2 years of competing via Zoom. And some of these students competed in the Zoom activities the year before. And I kept telling them, just wait till we go back in person. You're going to love it. You're going to excel. You're going to meet lots of people from around the state. And of course they did. And they were really, really hugely successful. So I'd like to share the results of their competition. I had 14 students go to the state competition, and those 14 students competed in many events and brought home 26 top 10 finishes. So I'm really, really impressed with that. 9 of those students placed top 4, which qualifies them to participate in the national competition in Chicago, Illinois. And 3 of those students have chosen to go to nationals. It's an expense, and so they're taking that on. We're also helping pay for it out of CTE grant money and fundraising that they participated in. I would like to, at this time, introduce the students, and then I'm going to have those going to nationals come up and give a quick little blurb about what they'll be competing in. So this is Valeria Vega. Valeria is a first-year competitor, and she placed in her event, she placed third in the job interview event. While I'm talking about job interview event, that Carson High School had 5 of the top 10 job interview placements at state. So like that's our event, like that, we walk away with that. They see Carson coming and they're like, all right, these guys are awesome. So third for you in that event. And then this is Hannah Kreisenbeck. And I always have to look at her because you can see she has someone that looks very much like her twin. But I'm going to call the Kreisenbecks and Mackenzie, who's next to Lindsay Kreisenbeck, my super freshmen. Hannah placed 5 out of 5 as a freshman. She participated in 5 events and placed top 10 in all 5 of those events. So that's amazing. Her sister Lindsay, I'm gonna pass Zach really quick. I'm gonna go to her sister Lindsay, who placed 3 events out of 3 top 10. And then Mackenzie Merrill, my other super freshman, she placed 4 events out of 4 that she participated in, top 10. And then next to her is my Eva Lindblom. Eva, go ahead and raise your hand. Yeah, there you go. Eva will be going to nationals. She's going to tell you about her event that she's going to nationals in. Dahlia, Alex, and Todd were a team event, but then they also had individual events. Dahlia, go ahead and raise your hand. Yes, Dahlia. Alexandra Nurska, we call her Alex. And then Todd Gosling, okay, all of them. So I would like to call up really quick Zach and Mackenzie. And Eva, please come up to the podium really quick. Zach Nichols was our only state champion. He was our first place state champion, and he's going to nationals with us in Chicago. And why don't you tell them a little bit about your event? Can you hold this? Like all this time I've been breaking my back.
So my event was Introduction to Social Media Strategy, and pretty much what that was, every state has their own prompt. But Nevada's prompt was to make a fundraiser. What? My prompt was to make a fundraiser for a local nonprofit organization, and doing that with a professional sports team. And it would be in the area of that professional sports team. So pretty much you just make a plan for the fundraiser, a posting schedule, and usually you want to focus on how you're going to promote it through social media. And yeah.
What organization you did?
So I did the Big Brothers Big Sisters of America nonprofit organization, and I also used Got Sneakers. So both those great nonprofits spread out all throughout America. So both of those really helped me get to where I was and win state.
But you also have to brag about which sports team you chose.
I chose the Los Angeles Rams, Super Bowl champions.
And yeah, you partnered with them.
Yeah, partnering with them. So, but yeah, just making a posting schedule about it, how often you're going to spread the word about the fundraiser, how fans are going to be able to, enter the stadium and proceed with the fundraiser. So, yep.
For those of us that aren't involved in this much, what do you think made you stand out? I mean, I look at all of you, and you're obviously a group of intelligent individuals, and you went up against intelligent individuals.
I think what made me stand out was I made eye contact the entire time with the judge. I knew what I was presenting. I didn't act like I didn't, not know what I was talking about. I knew the content I was talking about. I've looked into both these nonprofit organizations. I understand what they do. I understand what their goals are. And at the end of the day, you just you go out there and you do your thing. And that's what I did. And yeah, it's such an honor to compete against, so many amazing students in Nevada. It's just an honor to win it all. And yeah. Yep.
I'd like to congratulate you on your first place finish and state champion, right?
Yeah.
Good job.
I think they're more nervous today speaking in front of you than they were at the events. And this is Mackenzie Merrill, and Mackenzie will be going to Chicago with me, and she'll be competing in Introduction to Public Speaking. No pressure.
So the event I did choose to go to state for was Introduction to Public Speaking. And in this event, I had to take one of the main goals of FBLA and write a speech elaborating on this goal and how we can enact these goals in our FBLA community. And the specific goal that I chose to focus on was FBLA strengthens students' confidence in themselves and their work. And this was actually really fun for me to write a speech about because I see how FBLA has affected my confidence in my own work in my day-to-day schoolwork, and how confidence is affecting the schoolwork of so many of my peers. Going into my speech a little bit, one of the classes I'm in, we're always required to give these big presentations and whatnot. And some of these students don't have confidence in themselves and their ability to perform well. And you can see their work start to struggle and their grades start to dip. And these are brilliant minds that are being essentially wasted away because they have no confidence. And it was such a fun event. I mean, when I finished my competition, walking out the doors of the competition room, I was feeling so many emotions and they're all cranked up to 11. This has been my favorite moment of my freshman year. What is time anymore? Cool, I'll take that. Yes. But this was like the highlight of my freshman year. I'm so glad that I decided to come and compete for FBLA.
Love that. Thank you. All right, another one of my super freshmen who is going on to nationals in Chicago. She competed in a presentation event known as data analysis, and it's a new event, only 2 years fresh. But I want her to explain a little bit about what she got to present on. It's very current and very important.
Hi, my name's Eva Lindblom, and I participated in state and I'm going to nationals for data analysis. It's a new event that was put into FBLA, and it was about houses under construction and being sold for in the United States, how they were being sold, like the payment types, and how that's being affected and like what's affecting that. And then I represented that through graphs and certain types of data, and then tried presenting solutions to the judges of ways that I think would benefit the United States. I also put in a local data analysis for Carson City and Nevada specifically, and how that is compared to overall in the United States.
Good job. Nice. Okay, so that is our presentation. Our president for next year is Erin Peterson, who couldn't be here tonight because she's working. And so I just wanted to thank the board for constant support of our organization, thank our principal and vice principal at Carson High School. And, this is a wonderful organization that is, they're doing so much for not just Carson High School, but also the community. And we appreciate the support. I do have one more quick announcement. I almost forgot. So it's the first time since 2017, this young man on the very end, Todd Gosling, will be representing Carson High School as the Northern Region Vice President for the state's FBLA chapter. And we haven't had a state chapter officer since 2017. So I think that's amazing. I'd like to add that it was a need he saw while we were at state. Northern Region hadn't had a vice president for 2 years. And at state, they talked about it. They said, the Northern Region isn't being represented. We need someone to step up. And so he came to me, talked to me, and then I drug him over to the state advisor, and I said, here is Todd. He is willing to step up and do this job. And so he went to his first event last weekend, all the officers in the state. And so now Carson High is being represented at the state level with our own chapter vice president. Keep wanting to call you principal, but you're not there yet. So thank you very much for your time. You have lots of exciting, thank you to all the retirees that I've worked with over the years. Amazing work. So I just wanted to plug that too. Thank you.
Before you guys leave, any board discussion, any comments?
Just thank you, Angela, for all that you do for FBLA. I think you put us on the map there. It seems like every year we have people that go to state, and we're just so proud of you and these guys representing Carson. And to have somebody in leadership, that's awesome. You got a lot of people watching you, so you better do good. But really appreciate everything you've done for this program. And you guys are going to love Chicago.
I'd like to add that one of the retirees tonight might be carrying on at another FBLA, Mr. McHenry. You're going to carry FBLA on for us in other ways, in other areas. And he was my co-advisor for many years. And so thank you for I know you retired in December, but this is the official public announcement. Thank you for being my co-advisor and helping all of these kids all of these years. I appreciate you.
We have one other comment here.
I just got the signal from Mr. Davis. So before you guys leave, if you'll walk in front and stand up, we'll stand up. He wants to get a picture of the FBLA group. And then any parents can also join in taking a picture.
What are the dates of state?
We had state in April, and then nationals is June. That's okay. It's June 28th through July 3rd. So we come back the day before the fireworks. Thank you.
And thank you, Mrs. Golick and students, for being here. We wish you well as you take on your next challenge. Mr. President, members of the board, I would like to carry forward with my presentation. We also had some outstanding performances by other students that we'd like to recognize tonight, beginning with Mr. Lucas Taggart. Lucas, come forward if you would, please. I was scanning, there's Mr. Greenlee. And our boys golf coach, Mr. Wade Greenlee.
There we go. So so Lucas has, he went to state as a freshman, and I'm sure that without COVID, he'd have been a 4-time state participant. So he won the Northern region, and he was in the running to win state, and he got third at a tough course down in Vegas, Coyote Springs. We went from 40 degrees at Dayton to 104 degrees at Vegas. So that was awesome. Yeah. Lucas is going to be going to the Colorado School of Mines, and he's going to play golf there. So, I'm proud of him, and I'll miss him. And I wanted to also just shout out to Sarah, who we went to state as a team, but she's a senior, so she's going to be leaving and going to play golf in New York. And I had one more mention. So Rod Butler back there, he and I started coaching like back in 2001. He was the head coach, and we quit for a few years, and then he came back when his son was playing, and kind of without his mentorship, I don't think I'd be here. But I love it. And I'm going to retire from some of that. Dan said, any of you retirees, he's got to sign up out there for critical needs and subbing. So you're welcome to it. So thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, everyone. Any board comments? Anything you want to say?
Right? Picture. Wherever you want. I want a picture.
Congratulations, and Coach, thanks for being here. I'd like to turn next to our boys track team. Coach Hager.
Do I have to speak into this thing, or can I just talk loud?
Yeah, to speak into it.
Turn it off. There we go. All right. So here we have the boys that represent our varsity boys team. They won academic state champions. So of all schools in Nevada, these gentlemen averaged the smartest. So. But we got Andrew, Alex, Sawyer, Nick, Kai, Hunter, and Adam. And we got 4 seniors in this group. Do you guys want to tell them where you guys are going to school? Nick?
I'm Nicholas Patine, and I'm continuing my athletic participation at Augustana University in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Congratulations.
My name is Kai Miller, and I will be continuing my athletic career at Colorado School of Mines, going to school with Lucas Taggart.
Congratulations.
I'm Hunter Mathis, and I am not continuing my athletic career, but I am going to school at UNR for academics.
Good.
And I'm Adam Sulik, and I'm also not continuing my athletic, but I'm also going to UNR.
Besides a couple of these kids being the 4x8 regional champions, we do have a state champion in this group also. Kai Miller in the pole vault also set the school record at 16 feet 2 inches, which is incredibly high.
That's good.
But
And he was named in the top 10 in the North by NIAA, which is amazing. We don't get a lot of those athletes, and so we're so proud of that too.
Yep.
Congratulations, all of you guys. Any other board comments?
Just
Joe?
another, go ahead.
Oh, I'll just say the nice thing about track, congratulations. I used to wrestle and run and all that stuff, and I'm a lot slower than I used to be, but it's something you can do the rest of your life, so you can pursue academics and still run. There's always somebody wanting to chase you. So congratulations.
Laura, do you have another?
I just want to congratulate you. You do have 3 freshmen that made it to state this year, right? Andrew, Alex, and Sawyer. And then Hunter, Nick, you boys ran with my son, and I still like yelling for all the runners. So good job, guys.
Good job. Congratulations.
Mr. President, members of the board, I'd like to add just one thing in the receipt of this particular award. If any of you have walked into the northern entrance at Carson High School, you'll see across the top wall all of the academic state championships that have been earned by our student athletes. And it's a really proud tradition to have this continue. And I would just like to say thank you to our student athletes and congratulate them for not only their abilities on the playing field, but also in the classroom. And Mr. President, members of the board, if you'd indulge me to go to the podium. As is traditional with all of our end of the year school board meetings, we always recognize our student body individual who has been with us over time and tests and finals and getting ready for school the next day. And I'd like to invite Sarah Wiggins to come up just so that we can recognize her. It's been delightful for all of us, Sarah, to have gotten to know you and recognize you for your talents and your expertise. Of course, your golf career, we hope continues to take off for you. But we just want you to know that we've appreciated your efforts on our behalf. And we hope this has been a good experience for you, and hope that you'll recognize how important the students are in everything that we do. And you're one of our best, and we appreciate all you've done for us. Thank you. Would you like to say anything?
Sorry for crying first off. Oh my gosh. But thank you guys so much for this opportunity. It's meant the world for the past 2 years. And thank you so much for everybody, all of you guys. Just thank you.
Very nice, thank you. Mr. President, members of the board, I have 2 more presentations. I haven't seen Mr. Sadler here yet, but I'd like for well, as you know, there have been changes within the district leadership, and I'd like to have Mr. Sadler come up here and stand by me. I'd like to introduce Mr. Sadler, who has been selected to take the Associate Superintendent of Human Resources position within the school district. As you know, Dr. Delphin has left and has moved on to another position within education, and replacing Dr. Delphin will be Mr. Sadler. I'd like to just tell you a little bit about some of his credentials and why we're excited to have him on board. Mr. Sadler is a 27-year educator. He began his education career as a music teacher, and after a period of time has worked up through the ranks of administration. He has served as a dean of students, as a vice principal, and for the past 12 years has been our principal at Carson Middle School. Mr. Sadler has experienced the whole gamut of experience and involvement in running a school. He has been involved in the supervision and evaluation of staff, of course, has interviewed and selected staff as teachers and classified staff have come and gone. He is an expert in mediating conflict resolution. He was on board as the principal when we had the Race to the Top grant, and so there was tremendous growth and involvement that was on his plate and that he helped to bring about at his school. He's past president of the Carson City Administrators Association. He was appointed by the governor, Honorable Governor Sandoval, and served on the Commission on Educational Technology. He was also appointed by the Superintendent of Public Instruction to serve on the Principal Advisory Cabinet. So not only does Dan have great consideration on the local front, he's also well known at the state level. One of the things I really like about Dan is he is endorsed as a teacher not only in his subject area, which was music, but he's also endorsed and received these endorsements while being a principal as an ESL teacher and also a GATE teacher. So I appreciate his depth and his breadth of experience and look forward to having him serve the school district and work in that office of associate superintendent. So Dan's got a wife and 2 boys. I know he's an active dad and an active fly fisherman, so he can't be very bad. And I'd like to just have a time for Dan to say hello to you and introduce himself. Dan, congratulations.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I grew up in Carson City and have gone through the schools here, and it's been my honor and pleasure to be the principal of Carson Middle School. I know we've got a tall order here at hand with recruitment and retention and kind of some of the issues we're working through, but I really am looking forward to getting more involved across our district and really excited about this. For anybody here who's retiring, I I can hook you up for sure. And I look forward to working with all of you, and thanks for all the kind words, Mr. Stokes. I was 24 years, not 27. So no, that's okay. Yeah, I'm just really excited about it. I know there's a lot of work to do, so I'll be working closely with AJ Fueling to prioritize and hit the ground running this summer. So thank you very much. We still got to wrap up the school year at Carson Middle, and I'll start July 1st.
Any questions or comments from the board?
So I'll just say congratulations, Dan. I think you're going to do a great job. And when it's a little dull in the district office, maybe you could serenade them all with some music.
Yeah, sure.
Just congratulations. We're looking forward to great things, and welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for the honor.
Also, in the wake of staff who are leaving, we are losing our Director of Grants and Special Projects, Ms. Valerie Dockery, of course, who's no stranger. And filling her spot, however, will be Mrs. Christine Perkins. I'd like to invite her to join me at the podium. So Christine, and I hope I counted right, I missed Dan's, but I have you down as 19 years in education. And currently, Mrs. Perkins is working as our coordinator for special projects in the district. And part of her job also has her working with our McKinney-Vento folks and also as the foster care liaison. So she's done a great job in really her first year with the district. And as she works closely with Valerie and has an opportunity to interact with her, she became interested knowing that that position would be vacant. And really happy that she has elected to work here in the district. But just a little bit about her educational background. She has also worked as a dean of students and also as a vice principal, and that's in a school district to the north of us that we won't name. But she's a language arts teacher and, of course, has great experience in leading student activities. She has experience in working with parents, experience in working with budgets, policies, and academic interventions. And these are all really critical conditions for any director of grants. And being able to draw on her vast experience in education will really be of great assistance to her and a great asset for the school district. And so I know that Christine and her family live here in Carson. We're really grateful that she works for us now, and we look forward to having her take over this important role. And I would just like to introduce her to the board and hand her the microphone if she'd like to say anything.
Thank you. As Mr. Stokes said, my name is Christine Perkins. I grew up in Lake Tahoe and then moved to Reno to attend UNR and got my master's degree and quickly moved into school administration. And I did open a large middle school in the district we're not naming there and was the administration team for many years. But I'm so happy to be part of the Carson School District. It's been a great experience this year and move into this role. I know it's a very important job so we can continue to fund all of these programs for students who need it the most and for all our staff can continue to do these innovative ideas that they come forward with, STEM projects. We watched an amazing presentation today about STEM labs and different things that we can continue to push our students in the direction to be college and career ready. I'm very excited to be here. My family loves Carson and we've had a great year and I'm looking forward to the future working with all of you.
Stacy?
Just as somebody who was on a panel when you interviewed for a different position, I am so glad that we found a position for you here in Carson because you were just so energetic and you have so much experience and I think you're going to do great. But I was really glad to see that you landed here.
Any other comments, questions? Joe, go ahead.
I'll just add congratulations. I think, we just saw Mr. Sadler and now you, and these are two tough positions. We have a lot of work to do in both, so I'm happy that we have people eager and up to the challenge, and certainly you had good mentoring. We're going to hate to see Valerie go, but we wish you well, and we're here to help where we can.
Congratulations.
Mr. President, that is the extent of my report tonight. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out this evening and helping me as part of this report.
And thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 6, board reports. Sarah from Carson High.
Hi. So just to start off with a few past events, we had Friendship Ball, Father-Daughter Dance, and Prom. That was a little bit ago, but I just wanted to bring that back up, saying everybody I saw just so excited and had so much fun at the 3 dances. And then moving into that, we also had an 8th grade assembly where we brought in all the 8th graders from Eagle Valley and Carson Middle, and we had a little assembly with them, taught them some cheers, and then had the Big Blue Bash the following night for them. And then finally, we also had the Salute to Scholars, which was June 19th, and that was mainly just a night just to give recognition to everybody who got scholarships and give recognition back to those seniors. Finally, with some more current events, we have our coaches versus seniors basketball game tomorrow night at 6 p.m. in the big gym, and I believe it's free entry. Don't quote me on that. And then next, we are going to begin distributing yearbooks May 27th. That's going to be this Friday, and it's going to continue all next week. And in case you haven't purchased a yearbook yet, you can go to Miss Mills, or when the yearbooks start being distributed, there is going to be some that are going to be sold on site, but there's still only a limited supply. Then finally, Chromebook return is going to start next week, and it's going to go seniors all the way down to juniors. Then next Wednesday, June 1st, is going to be a senior day. So we're going to have all the seniors wear like their future college, trade school, or even just their new career, a t-shirt just to represent what they're going to do with their future. Then in Senator Square during nutrition, we're going to have a final senior pep rally for all of us. And then after school, we're going to be chalking up our parking spots like we did at the first homecoming. And then that night at 6:30 in the front grass is going to be senior sunset. Then finally, just a few little quick notes just before graduation. Seniors must have all their fines all paid, making sure all the books are turned in and their Chromebooks all turned in. And then graduation is going to be on Saturday, June 4th at 9 a.m. And then finally, I just wanted to give you guys all another thank you for everything, all the teachers, administration, everybody behind everything, just thank you. And then I'd like to also bring up the next year's school board rep for Carson High, Ava Schofield.
Hi. Oh, is it on? Yes. Okay. Hi, I'm Ava. Will be a sophomore next year, and I'm super excited to come and see you guys twice a month. So it'll be fun.
Thank you, guys. I will conclude my report.
All right, Sarah, I'd just like to say that you've been an outstanding representative for the Carson High School for this last 2 years. You've done an excellent job. Every other week you've been here, always given a good report, very well organized, and just thank you for your efforts. And we'll miss you, but good luck in your future.
Thank you so much.
Moving on, do we have anybody here from Pioneer High? Seeing no one. Any update from the Nevada Association of School Boards?
Just an update that the executive search interview or applicant time has closed, and the executive committee will be meeting on Friday to have an orientation on how that process is going to go forward.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that Lupe Ramirez is joining us by via telephone tonight. Lupe, we'll go ahead and start announcements with you, if that's okay.
Absolutely. So from Carson High, I echo the student representative who just mentioned the event that we all attended, the Salute to Scholars. It was a beautiful event. I congratulate all the students who received a scholarship, and I thank the parents and the teachers and the counselors for all their help and support to make sure that the students actually applied. And I hope that the students continue applying as they continue on their education in higher ed. And then other than that, we look forward to graduation. And that's it.
Thank you, Lupe. Joe?
Thanks. Three announcements from Pioneer High School. Pioneer Academy is preparing for a return to graduation ceremony. Their ceremony is going to be held at the community center. And the principal just wanted to mention how proud he was of their senior class, as we all are. Pioneer held an additional family night dinner on campus yesterday, and they celebrated the ski team with parents, students, and advisors. And then last, Mrs. Steinkraus was recognized for a sustainability award for bringing a greenhouse to the Pioneer Academy. Her engineering and physics students have been creating plans to assist with the foundation and construction of this greenhouse project at Pioneer. So congratulations to her. And then I just wanted to congratulate all the students that were here tonight. School's tough these days. And I think tonight showed some of our best and brightest. We have a lot of them, and I think sometimes they don't always get the credit they deserve, and the people don't get the credit for working with these students. But we have some amazing staff and certainly some amazing students. So I just wanted to congratulate each of them. They certainly are impressive.
Thank you, Joe. Mike?
So a couple of things from Mark Twain Elementary School. They want to say thank you and congratulate their PTO president on all of her hard work. She's been serving the school for the past 8 years, and her children have aged out of Mark Twain, and so she'll be probably transitioning with them up to the middle school level, I'm sure. She also wanted to congratulate Amy Jensen, who could not be here tonight, on her retirement this year, and she was also a fantastic class mom and class substitute teacher when I was starting out my teaching career. So I hope Amy has a excellent retirement plan for the next several years. A couple other reminders, parents and family members, please remember the last day of school, they ask all of the kids to leave their backpacks at home on Thursday. All of their items will be coming home with them. And finally, they will be announcing the new teachers for students in August using Parent Square. So please make sure that all of your information is up to date and you are able to be reached so your child knows who their teacher will be. And then just as another note is I serve on the Jordan Woodward Memorial Scholarship Committee, and this weekend we interviewed a number of Carson seniors, and it always just astounds me how talented our students are and committed, and so I'm just proud of our kids.
Thank you. Stacy?
From Empire Elementary, we have from the principal Squires. She wanted to let everybody know that they took the whole school to the Discovery Museum last week and now are taking over 470 family members on Thursday night to it, and it has been fabulous. The staff at Empire would like to congratulate Principal Squires and congratulate her for her retirement and thank her for her leadership and to wish her well and that she will be missed a lot. From Carson High, Principal Chambers reiterated, like everybody that's talked about Carson High, they celebrated the Salute to Scholars last Thursday night. Their amazing seniors amassed over $5.1 million in scholarships, and I was very thankful and honored to be able to present 2 of those for those organizations. Finally, with graduation just around the corner, they're letting the community know that the easternmost visitor stands will not be available during graduation because they are being refurbished due to safety concerns. This will have an impact on the total number of seats available to the public for our graduation ceremony. Carson CCSD staff is working to bring in some portable bleachers. However, we still have substantially less seating than normal. And then from me, I just want to thank Parks and Recs. We had our Kids in the Parks Day this Saturday, and it is now going to be an annual event every 3rd Saturday in May. The mayor proclaimed the Kids in Parks. We had a lot of organizations out there. The Junior Park Region program was highlighted, and then the trains were free to ride that day. It was really exciting. So anyway, and thank that staff for that too.
Thank you. Don?
From Dr. Lee Conley over at Eagle Valley Middle School. Next week, next Wednesday, June 1st, will be their 8th grade drive-through promotion ceremony. We ask that you arrive at your scheduled time according to your last name. A through F will be at 1 o'clock to 1:30 p.m. G through L will be at 1:30 to 2. And M through Z will be at 2 o'clock to 2:30. For all 8th graders, they'll be getting a mailing if they haven't gotten one already. There'll be 2 name tickets with your child's name on them. They'll be used to present during the drive-through ceremony, and it's very important that you remember to bring these tickets, please. The mailing will also include overall instructions and reminders, and then there'll be a processional map. You'll enter the upper parking lot off of Carson River Road. A picture area also will be available for all the 8th graders and their families. Students will receive the promotion certificates on the stage in front of the school. Decorate your car, honk your horns, and let's celebrate our students' success. Just a few other items at Eagle Valley this week. Students are returning Chromebooks. 6th graders will attend a play at the community center on Friday, May 27th. Award assemblies for all grades is scheduled for Tuesday, May 31st. And then 6th and 7th grade activity days will be held June 2nd. That's my report.
Thank you, Don. Laurel?
Okay, from Dr. Ward at Fremont, they had a tremendous turnout for their dinner and a show night, and she'd like to do a special shout out to Jonathan Chang for his hard work getting all of the talent ready and showing off the many talents of their students. They're looking forward to a couple days of fun in the sun next week, including a fun surprise for the students on Tuesday. And also, she would like to thank the Fremont staff for making it through another interesting and hard year, and they are amazing rock stars, is what she would like to share. For Fritch Elementary School, Mr. Brown would like to remind all the parents at Fritch about the PTA hosting the barbecue tomorrow night from 5:30 to 7 p.m., and this will also include their world-famous talent show and the book fair. And I've been to the barbecue in years past. They haven't had one in a while. And Mr. Williams was showing off his roping skills at that. So I'm hoping that he'll be doing some of that again because he is a heck of a roper. So anyway, that concludes my report.
Thank you. I have a few things. I'll try to make it as quick as I can. At Carson Middle School, they'll be collecting the Chromebooks coming up. 6th graders will turn them in on Tuesday, May 24th. 7th graders, Wednesday, May 25th. 8th graders, Thursday, May 26th. So they started today. Chromebooks should be charged, fully charged, and any hotspots and books for libraries should also be turned in. And then if anybody owes a library fine, they should make sure that's paid. They'd also like to tell you that the Carson Middle School summer school registrations are due next Tuesday, May 31st. And they just want you to make sure you register your student through their counselor. And also, they'd like to congratulate the CMS track team. The 8th grade boys and 7th grade girl teams both took first place in the Tall Neva Championship, while the 8th graders girls took second place, and the 7th grade boys took 4th place. So congratulations. They also would like to thank Carson High School for hosting the 8th grade students at the Big Blue Bash dance, and for hosting the 8th grade assembly to introduce the high school graduation class of 2026. That was a good event. Reminder, they would also like to remind everybody that the CMS drive-through promotion ceremony will be from 1 to 3 on this coming, it doesn't say the date, but it's upcoming, I think it's on the 4th? No, the 2nd, I'm sorry, June 2nd. The date wasn't on here, so I apologize for that. Anyway, the cars will be lining up on Richmond Avenue and will proceed through the front driveway to the back of the school. And there again, you can drive through, decorate the cars, shout, honk, whatever you want to do to help celebrate. And then at Boardwick Bray, they just want to remind everybody that May 27th is the last day of pre-K. June 1st, they're having a field day. They will want everyone to wear sunscreen, tennis shoes, and appropriate clothing, as the students will have extended time outside in the sun. June 2nd will be the last day of school for all students in kindergarten through 5th grade, and they'll be dismissed at 12:40 p.m. June 8th through June 30th, they'll be holding their summer school for those who have registered and have been accepted. And there'll be information coming home with the report cards next week. And they'd also like to congratulate and send best wishes to Mrs. Zuber and Mrs. Cron on their retirements. And they cannot thank them enough for all the work they've done for the students at Boardwick Bray. And that ends my report. Thank you. Now, we'll move on to why we're here, actually. Agenda item number 8.
Mr. President?
Yes.
You need to call number 7.
Oh, I'm sorry, association reports, thank you. Do we have any association reports tonight? Seeing none, now we'll move on to agenda item number 8. Introduction of the 2022 Carson City School District retirees and employees who are leaving the district after 10 or more years of service. And this is for discussion only, and it'll be by Mr. Stokes.
I love delegating things, right?
Are those like boxes to unload their desk or what?
Mr. President and members of the board, honored guests, faculty, staff, friends, and family, it's my pleasure to be here with you this evening. It's a bit bittersweet in my mind as I look around and see friends and individuals who have really worked to the best possible outcome for our students, for our families, for our community, for our school district. There are 42 employees who will be retiring this year from Carson City School District, and that is an astonishing 853 years of expertise that will be leaving our school district. So these folks are going to be sorely missed, and if they still have some go juice in them, I would just suggest that we have made it possible for you to come back under the critical needs activities. Think about that during the summer. I'd like to just give you a little idea of how we will move forward this evening. We're going to go through the retirees' names by where they worked, and we're going to do that starting with Carson High School so you can kind of get some ideas as to when your turn might be up. But we do have a wonderful little memento that we would like to share with our staff members in recognition of their time, their energy, their expertise, their love, everything that goes into being an outstanding staff member and someone who has given really their life's energy for the building up of America. Mr. Davis, we would love to get photographs of all of those that are here this evening, recognizing that there will be some individuals who are not here, but I'll still read their name and recognize them as a retiree. And I also know that some of the administrators who are here might also have a little token of affection that they would like to share with some of our staff members who will be leaving. Now, we always offer some time at the podium if you would like to say anything in parting. It's not a requirement, but if you have something that you'd like to say, words of wisdom, guidance, anything that you would like to say, then we certainly invite you to do that. So I'd like to begin with recognizing our retirees from Carson High School. And if you're here, if you'd please come forward. Leslie Cox, cook baker at Carson High School, and she has 14 years of service with the district. And if the individuals aren't here, we'll make sure that these little tokens of appreciation get to them at their sites. Next, I'd like to invite Susan Drozdoff, math teacher. 17 years with the district. Thanks for all your work.
Appreciate it. I don't have any words, thank you. Keep it quiet.
Spoken like a true math teacher there. Thank you, Mrs. Drozdoff. Best wishes in the future.
Congratulations, Sue.
Mrs. Grunert, Susan Grunert, counselor, 20 years at Carson High School. Next, Mr. David Johnson, economics and world history teacher, 17 years.
I really enjoyed my time at 11 years at Pioneer, 6 at Carson. Things have changed, and I'm moving on to something new, I guess. But I'll miss the kids and miss the staff and all the opportunities and the stretching that all those places gave us. So especially the kids. That's going to be a hole in my life. But thank you for everything you guys have been doing. Thank you.
Mr. Curtis Kortemeyer, chemistry teacher, 22 years.
Thank you, Richard. Oh, it was on. I just turned it off. Members of the board, thank you very much. I'm a second career teacher, and the only home I ever had in education was Carson High School. And I'm going back to my first love, which is doing geology and prospecting. But I will definitely miss Carson High, members, staff, and thank you for the opportunity to have served.
Thank you. Mr. Kortemeyer, my daughter would have never gone into the field that she went into because of the way that you taught chemistry. She ended up going into the health care field, and it was because of the way that you worked with her and showed her ways that she could use that. And I can't appreciate that more for you. Thank you so much.
Also retiring this year from Carson High School, Mr. William Billy McHenry, business principles teacher, 20 years.
So I 30 years altogether, 3 school districts, 2 states. This is the best guy in the world to work for. I'm proud to say I work for him in Carson City School District. Well, you can see I came from football practice. I'm still coaching football here and plan to do that as long as I possibly can. And if you got something else for me to do, I could probably be talked into that as well. Yeah, it's the greatest job in the world, and this is pretty much the greatest place to do it as far as I'm concerned. I've loved every second of it, and thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Ron R.C. McNutt to come forward.
No. Yeah. Good luck to you. Thank you. Thank you.
R.C. has probably moved a zillion chairs in his career. Thank you, young man, for your work. We appreciate all your can-do attitude and your smile. Always meant a lot, went a long ways. Next, I'd like to invite Judith Robinson, Special Education Parapro at Carson High, 24 years. Is Judith here? Let's see her. Oh, she did, that's right. Just to recognize, Judith passed away, so thank you for reminding me about that. That happened earlier this year. Mrs. Sean Snyder. Special education teacher, 33 years. Sean.
Thank you.
Laurie Sheets. Come on up, Laurie. 22 years, finishing out her career as our athletic secretary over at Carson High, Administrative Assistant 2.
Just thank you very much. Moving on to Texas.
And Lori was one before we had the doors that you couldn't get past the entrance without Lori checking you in. I know from experience.
Thank you.
We have Pamela White, Special Ed Parapro, 21 years.
I just want to say that I have had the opportunity to work with over 50 educators there at Carson High School for this last 20 years, and I've appreciated it. It's been great. So, thank you.
So that goes through our retirees from Carson High School. Mr. Davis, are you okay where you're at? Okay. Okay, great. If you are able to and would like to stay, we'd love to get a group photograph of our retirees who are here this evening. Mr. Kevin Ply, as a retiree from Pioneer Academy. I didn't see Kevin. So we'll move on to Carson Middle School. Joyce Cunningham, cook baker, 11 years. Next, we have social studies teacher Corina Fellini Jackson, 25 years. Colleen Miller, Special Ed Parapro, 19 years.
With the K.
Maria Ochoa, custodian, 16 years. And also retiring this year from Carson Middle School, Leslie Zabelski, Parapro, 11 years. Next, we have the retiring staff from Eagle Valley Middle School. Carol Garrett, Special Ed Parapro, 14 years. And Marina Gomez, cook baker, 19 years. From Bordewick Bray Elementary, Gloria McCacken, Special Education Parapro, 16 years. And also from Bordewick Bray, Kathy Zuber, 4th grade teacher, 16 years. From Empire Elementary, Jennifer Blake, Parapro, 13 years. Empire Elementary Principal Susan Squires, 19 years.
Okay, I wasn't going to cry. I've been crying for 2 weeks. I came from another school district up north to teach here and was so thankful when I was allowed to come to this school district. I went to school through this school district all my years. My son did as well. Now I get to stay home and watch my grandkids go through this school district as well. I'd like to thank Mr. Stokes. Thank you so much. Karen Sims, I got to work with her as an administrator. Valerie Dockery, who was a great mentor for me. And my husband, Keith Squires, who was the best administrator I have ever seen as an educator. But I just want to thank you all. My staff at Empire, they have made me a great educator, and I'm thankful for them. And I'm thankful for all of you. Thank you so much.
And we have one more retiree from Empire Elementary is Christine Willie, kindergarten teacher, 18 years. Next, we'll move to Fremont Elementary. We have Mr. Kevin Ellis, computer science teacher, 26 years. Also from Fremont, Carol Owen, second grade teacher, 17 years. From Fitch Elementary, Christy Howard, fourth grade teacher, 12 years.
Nope. Said them all already. Nah, she started crying, and that's all I had to see. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Oh, thank you, too.
From Mark Twain Elementary, Amy Jensen, fourth grade teacher, 15 years. From Seeliger Elementary, Jacqueline Martin, third grade teacher, 11 years. And Teresa Reisner, fourth grade teacher, 29 years. From our student support services, and some of these folks have left at various times during the year, and so could be another reason that they may not be here. But we have Miss Sandra Gazzetta, special education parapro, 19 years with the district. And retiring after 30 years, Janet Silvestro.
I know I stuck around for a long time because I love the children. Yeah, I've just enjoyed my stay at Carson City School District, and I've learned from so many people here. I think just I became a better speech language pathologist. People like Cheryl Deuce and trying to remember who else because she's been gone a while. And Ruth Abastory, she hired me and she was wonderful. I would have done anything for Ruth. And the children. I found my niche with the young children, and I love them and teaching them to talk and communicate and just was enjoyable. So I would just want to thank you. I think my skills have grown because I was able to go to conferences and those types of things, and it just helped me become better at my craft. And I will miss the kids, and I'll miss the staff, the early childhood staff.
Next, we would like to honor Mr. Franklin Frank Flanagan, computer science and math teacher at the prison education system, 33 years. Leaving us after 16 years is Jacqueline McCune, and she's representing the Professional Development Center. Jackie, are you here? Let's see you. Okay. Transportation Department has got 3 folks who are retiring. Teresa Cantley, Administrative Assistant 2, 23 years. Terry? Deborah Caspar, bus driver, 13 years with the district. And Jill Sarge, driving a bus, 41 years. Jill has been an institution for our district, and we wish her well in her retirement. From our operations department, Mr. Gary Jones, maintenance worker, 29 years. From our administration offices, Jolie Conn Roberts, human resources supervisor, 32 years. Dr. Jose Delfin, Associate Superintendent, 14 years. And after 21 years serving our district, Mrs. Valerie Dockery, Director of Grants and Special Projects.
I need to give you a hug. Am I on? I want to thank everybody. I came here in 1996 and I didn't even know how to say Nevada right, so I had to learn. And then in 2001, my husband was Scott, who's here tonight. Thank you, honey. Not thank you for moving me to Cleveland, but thank you for moving me back in 2005. And then I came back to the district in 2006. And I really feel like this district is really like a family. You know, we love and support each other. Sometimes we drive each other crazy, but at the end of the day, we're a family. And my kids went to school here. They graduated from here. And I just couldn't be prouder to be part of this community. So thank you so much. Thank you.
My name is also on the list. And proud to say that this is my 21st year in the district. And I feel like I have a home here. Of the places that I've worked before, this place was the most right. I get so much enjoyment out of talking with friends and students and even those parents that I've never met who tell me wonderful stories about their children and the good things that they are accomplishing and the academic and societal levels at which they have attained. And it's these folks that make that kind of work happen. And I'm so proud to be their colleague. I am so grateful to you folks for all your support, for your hard work, for giving me a chance 14 years ago to be the superintendent of this school district. Truly has been one of my highlights. I'd like to just say thanks to my kids and to my wife, Kelly, who have all sacrificed for some of the work that I've done here. And They have really been tremendous supporters to me. And as Valerie said, my family here in the school district, which has just been tremendous. And I've loved the interactions. I've loved the accomplishments that the district has made. It's been wonderful to see the students move on and start to take our places as we've now been here long enough. So thank you to our retirees. Thank you to the folks that are still in there fighting the good fight every day. And again, my thanks to you as my bosses. I appreciate all you've done. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for your excellence. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, Rich, you could tell Cyrus that I might have run for the school board because I was so sick of hearing him tell me how quick you could fire me in third grade. So maybe I just had to turn the table on him. So congratulations.
That's one of my favorite stories, Mr. Walker. Thanks for putting up with him.
Okay, congratulations, everyone. We'll move on to agenda item number 9. It's calling for public comment. In making public comment, speakers are asked to come to the podium, state their name for the record, speak into the microphone, and identify, well, I already said that. Speakers are instructed to limit their comments to no more than 3 minutes, regardless of whether the comments are made in person or through virtual participation, and to not simply repeat comments made by others. Now, if you're here for a certain agenda item, I'd ask you to hold your comments till that agenda item is called. Any public comment?
Betsy Strasberg. Since we are not allowed to comment during the suggestions for agenda items, I thought I would use my public comment time to remind the school board that these were the open items from the May 10th meeting. The Family Life Committee procedures were reviewed and sent back for a second reading, but no time limit or time frame was given when the second reading was going to be done. I urge the board to do that quickly. The second thing is the approved toolbox. Those are unapproved by this board, and they are still available for use by the teachers. So that needs to be withdrawn and quickly reviewed. If the board doesn't have time to do that, I suggest a citizens committee to review the videos, the presentations, et cetera, and come back with a recommendation to the board. The superintendent eval form was raised as a possible item by Trustee Varner. I trust that it will be scheduled quickly since Andrew Fuling is going to be the new superintendent, I guess, next week or sometime in June. And then trustee Stacy Wilkie also mentioned the teacher shortage. That was to find out the root causes of why we are having a teacher shortage, whether it is retirements or some other means. And it wasn't in another item is what is happening about the replacement of Mr. Fueling as the Director of Fiscal Services. What is the process and the timeline for doing that? So I respectfully submit these items as agenda items to be added quickly in the next couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in person?
Heather Coe. And I also wanted to know what you're going to do about the family committee and their perverted agenda for these children, sexualizing them. We know what happens when you sexualize children, which is already happening. Let's see. Oh, wait, it made the paper because a high school teacher's already been accused of having sex with a student. So, and I see no one's looking as usual over there, but when no one bothers to look at an approved agenda by the Family Life Committee, this is what happens. You're lying to children for starters, okay? Because there are only two genders. And if you think that's cute or funny, then, you know, prove to me that there's more than two. Anything else is someone's sexual preference. And it takes a real disgusting pedophile to come up with this garbage that you're putting on our children, okay? They're supposed to be learning math, reading, everything that they're behind in, which I know some of you think is the parents' fault for wherever they work. But it's the teacher's job, and it's your job to approve a decent agenda. And when critical race theory, which is a theory by a racist, and perverted crap about gender tops math and reading and everything else, then there's a real problem. So I'd like to know what you're going to do about it. So if someone could please let me know. And I have copies of this for anyone who still didn't bother to read or look anything up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other in-person public comment?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Karen Stevens. So you guys know me by now. I'm kind of curious, maybe confused like a lot of the kids that have been told there's like 18 different genders. But I've seen letters from 3 Carson City individuals that work at the school district. And the way they sign their name, after they sign their name, in parentheses, they put she, her. So I'm really confused. I've never seen that before anywhere. Do we have to indicate what gender we are after we sign our name? Is it that confusing, or why do we even have to do that? I don't understand what we're doing with she, her. This is like confusing people, trying to tell the kids they have to identify themselves with some sex after they sign their name. I mean, does anybody else do that? Does anybody sign she, her, or he, him after they write a letter to somebody? It's just bizarre. I never did that at the Department of Ed. I never saw anybody at the Department of Ed do that when I worked there. So if somebody could explain me what the purpose of that is, I think it's just kind of more of this agenda to confuse kids and or make it well known. I don't know. Maybe someone could explain that to me because I'll be around. Thank you.
Hi guys, Jason Stinson. I'm actually coming up here for a different reason. I don't know if everybody has seen the news today, but it's happened again. 14 students were murdered and a teacher. And I know that our school, we are doing some things. We have locking doors on all of the buildings, which is good. We have gates around a lot of the buildings, but it's not going to stop somebody that's actually determined to get into our schools. So I'm curious, has this board even considered talking about further how we could make these schools even safer? Because the last thing I ever want to hear on the news is this happening right here in Carson City. I have 3 children that currently go to our schools, and I don't want to get that phone call ever. And I don't think any parent here in this community ever wants to get it, and any of the parents up here on this board. So I would like to know if this is something that we could get on the agenda to take more seriously, talk about and further it and prevent something from happening before something happens here. We know that student brought the gun to the school. He tried to shoot the teacher. Fortunately, the gun jammed, so he was unsuccessful. And to my understanding, he was trying to shoot that teacher because he was getting bullied. And from what I'm understanding, the teacher didn't do anything. Now, I don't know if that's all true or not, or if that's just rumors, but that's what the community is buzzing about. So as a parent of this community, and I've talked to a few of the members of this board, not about this, just about other things, but I would like to see this be discussed a lot further, possibly bringing it, because we're the Wild West. This is Nevada. Find some way, maybe arm some of the teachers that already have gun permits, something to protect our children, because let's face it, I could hop one of those gates. And if I could do it, and I'm fat and out of shape, some young kid that wants to murder people because he's depressed on too many medications can definitely jump that gate with an assault weapon. Or I'm sorry, with a rifle. I don't like to use the assault weapon because it's not used for that unless you shoot somebody with it. So please, every single member of this board, I would like to see this in a near future board hearing. Let's talk further about it. Let's come up with ideas. Every single person up here has a wonderful brain. Let's use these and protect our children before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other in-person public comment? Richard?
Richard Nagel, I have a question. Maybe someone, when AJ gets up here, he can answer it. What is Mind Bending LLC? I've tried to look for the website. I've Googled them, and I can't find out who they are. But we're giving them a chunk of change of money, and that's Mind Bending LLC.
Thank you. Any other in-person public comment? Seeing none, we'll close in-person public comment. Do we have any online public comment?
Mr. Varner, the public comment I have pertains to the budget when that's presented a little later.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to agenda item number 10, informational update on the school libraries in the Carson City School District for discussion only. And Anana Campbell, please come to the podium. Thank you. Or the table.
Thank you. I'm Ananda Campbell, Carson City Library Coordinator for the district, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight. So President Varner, trustees, Mr. Stokes, members of the public, thank you for having me tonight to talk about my favorite subject, our library, our school libraries. Tonight, I'm going to be talking about the power of the school librarian and strong library programs. And I'm sporting my Catch the Reading Wave t-shirt tonight in honor of Nevada Reading Week. Every year, we celebrate reading and promoting lifelong love of reading in Nevada. And the Nevada State Department of Ed supports the event, and they have a student design the logo every year. And so I wanted to make sure that I wore my t-shirt this year or tonight. And I have quite a few references to Nevada Reading Week in the presentation tonight. I want to highlight each of our elementary school libraries. Bordewick Bray, Mrs. Colleen Cron, she is retiring after this year. And this has been a wonderful year for her to finish off her career in the library. She spent an entire year with a mobile library. She essentially had all the books on a library cart, and she visited classrooms because the library was needed for space for classroom instruction. And so this year she was actually in the library. The library's open. Students were able to visit, and she was also named as the ESP Employee of the Year at Bordewick. So congratulations to Mrs. Cron. We're happy to congratulate you and enjoy your retirement. At the Empire Library, we have Mr. Wiggins, and he put some pictures up here of Reading Week, and he had a special guest, Mrs. Frizzle. Mrs. Wiggins is the actually school district teacher of the year, and she is at Empire, and she partnered with the library to talk about the magic of reading. At Fremont Elementary School, she celebrated Reading Week with dress-up days. The students and staff dressed up as their favorite book character, and they decorated the library. At Fritch Elementary School, one of the recent projects she did that was really awesome, she did a nonfiction study of the gardening and plant life area of the library, and then took the kids outside and they did a gardening unit. So they planted and weeded and seeded the garden area that they have at Fritch. So combining literature and hands-on STEM activities. At Mark Twain Elementary, Mrs. Ikihara started a first grade book club. So you can see those cute kiddos in the picture there. She also was selected as ESP Employee of the Year for Mark Twain, and she is retiring this year as well, and quite literally sailing off into retirement. She and her husband have a boat, and they'll be on the seas as of next week. So congratulations to Mrs. Ikihara. We're sad to see you go and happy for your retirement as well. At Seeliger Elementary School, Mrs. Fraunapfel was celebrating bringing back book fairs this year. That was very exciting. All the students love a book fair, and our book fairs are the primary means of funding in our libraries. So she was able to have a very successful book fair this year. At our middle school libraries, Carson Middle School, Mrs. Castor has been working on renovating the library setup, but with a genreification project. That's library speak for kind of setting up the library similar to a bookstore where you have areas of genres and you find the books based on the type of books that they are. She is fantastic at her monthly newsletters that go out in Parent Square, and she sends them out on CM News. And she always has some type of book challenge, book fun happening. So there's some examples of like a bingo book card that she has. So Mrs. Castor really focuses on bringing the fun of literacy in. And Mrs. Myrene at Eagle Valley, in April, National Poetry Month, she did a blackout poetry project, and I'm so glad that we were able to get this picture on here, because blackout poetry is when you take a page from a book. We use books that are weeded, so books that we remove from the collection because they're outdated or et cetera, and the kids do projects with them. So for blackout poetry, they choose words from that page to circle, and those words become the poem, and you black out the rest of the words on that page. So the students of Eagle Valley obviously are quite artistic. They did a fabulous job with that blackout poetry. Both middle schools are collaborating with Carson City Library. Every summer, Carson City Library joins the nationwide Summer Reading Challenge. This year is Oceans of Possibility is the theme. And both of our middle schools are setting a challenge for the incoming fifth graders and current student and staff at each middle school to participate in the Carson City Library Summer Reading Challenge, which you can join by going online, Googling Carson City Library, and you track your own reading. And then in the fall, they are looking at the reading stats of their middle school students, and they're having a competition to see who are the greatest readers, Eagle Valley versus CMS. So we're really happy to see that collaboration with the Carson City Library. Celebrating our high school libraries, Pioneer Academy, which is high school and our K-12 online school as well. They don't have a physical library space, and so this year, Mr. Zona invited me to go to Pioneer, and I created a digital learning resource page for the staff and students at Pioneer, and I did some training with their staff so that they knew what databases and digital resources were available to them. We also were able to bring in more than doubled our number of ebooks available, especially with the primary and elementary grade ebooks. We had a very small collection before now, but with our online students, we want to make sure that they have access to ebooks and audiobooks as well. So Pioneer Academy now has a digital library available to them. And at Carson Carson High School, one of the things that was most exciting, well, I had a lot of exciting things this year, but one of the things that I really enjoyed, thanks to the support of site administration and our director of curriculum, I was able to attend the American Association of School Libraries conference, the first conference I've been able to go to in a few years, which was in Salt Lake City. And it is always inspiring, exciting to go and speak to other professionals and share with one another. And I came back with some really fantastic ideas and was able to work with all of our freshman English classes this year. And I brought back some ideas for choice reading and increasing the reading and literacy at the high school level, and my circulation statistics quadrupled this year with some of the things that I brought back from that conference. So that was pretty exciting, and I'm excited to continue that next year. I also have been working on a multi-year project, weeding our collection. We had a very large collection of materials. Many of them were no longer appropriate to keep, outdated research, et cetera. And the average age of the collection when I started this project was 1986, was the average publication date of the books that we had. And we are now at 2004. So that's pretty exciting. In the Carson City School District libraries, we have three main goals: to innovate. And here's some examples of innovation that we have. Fremont Elementary School, Mrs. Moffett, she applied for a grant from City National Bank and received a $1,000 gift card to Barnes & Noble to purchase close to 100 new books. That was very exciting. At Carson High, we received funding to complete the digitizing project, our archival project. So we now have all 100 years of our yearbooks and 75 years of our newspapers digitized. That happened at the Nevada State Library. And I am currently working on almost everything is available online at this point. I'm trying to problem solve some tech issues we have some really large files. So I'm trying to figure out how people can access when the files are really large. So I'm working through that. And we also received a grant to collaborate with the Tech Center to extend library services out to the Tech Center. So in our Tech Center area, you can see the picture of the young men sitting on the cubes. We were able to bring in furniture, mobile seating, and so we can have instruction, library instruction, and other instruction out in the Tech Center. We have monitors and seating and tech support out there as well. And we have a self-check book area. So students, we have library books out there, and the students can do self-check out there as well. So that was through it was a competitive grant through the Nevada State Library and Archives. The second goal is to educate. We are continuing our collaboration with the Carson City Library, and we brought in all kinds of STEM and STEAM activities. You can see the picture of the young ladies. They are podcasting, so they brought in professional grade microphones and computers. The students learned how to do a podcast, and they can check out the materials from the Carson City Library. They check them out from us, and then they can return it to us, and we'll give it back to the library as well. So that's a great collaborative project. The picture of the entryway carpet, this was really exciting. Our graphic design class, I challenged them with coming up with a new logo for at Senator's Library is the name of our Carson High School library. And the winning logo, it's a senator man that merges into a book. And I was able to order an entryway rug with that logo. And we have stickers, and I brought stickers so I can share stickers with everybody today. So this was a Carson High student in the graphic design class who designed this logo, and it's now our library logo. She did a great job. And then it does, from this picture, it does kind of look like it's shaped like Nevada. Yes, I've had people comment on that. So with Educate, we just being able to collaborate again with classes. It's so great to be back in school all together. And so I have a picture of a class. This is a creative writing class that comes in regularly, and we collaborate with the teachers instructing in the content area, and I'm instructing with technology and databases and research. And so it's nice to be back in the library for collaborative education. And the third goal for our libraries is inspire. We want to inspire our students to work collaboratively, to push themselves, to find everything from reading to education to technology. We really want students to feel comfortable, feel safe. This comment down at the bottom, thank you for making this place we can study and meet with other students. I feel safe and welcome here. This is when students come into the Carson High Library, they sign in and sign out, and they can make comments about what we can do, what can we do to make this space better for you. And this comment really stood out to me, especially with the news of, what happened today at another school that one of our public commented about. The fact that we have students who say, I feel safe and welcome here, I think that means more to me than anything else. And the fact that we have created that space. The Carson High Library is myself, and there's a library assistant, Ms. Mel, in there. Ms. Mel is incredible at remembering students' names. She knows the names of every single student, and she calls them by name when they walk in, and that means everything for a student to feel recognized and feel safe and feel honored for exactly who they are and where they are. So I have some examples of different kind of projects we do. We'll put puzzles out, and you see the guy sitting there. These are a group of my TAs. I've had them for 2 years. They're all graduating this year. Maybe a little painful to get them here, but they're going to be crossing that stage. And before becoming the TAs in the library, they said, we've never been in here before. And now these guys are, the welcome wagon in the library. And they're wonderful at introducing our new students to the school and really making a point that new students who come in feel connected. And when you have 3 big kind of tough looking guys who say, welcome to Carson High, you're a senator now, let me help you walk around, you can have lunch with us today, that making those connections really makes a difference. One of the things that I'm very proud of in our library this year, I had a personal goal to put together a formal professional growth program for our librarians. As you know, we have both certified and classified librarians here in the district. And so it's really important that librarians are given the opportunity to grow from where they are. So I have librarians that come in with 0 experience and librarians who have master's degrees in library science. And so putting together a program where everyone can have an opportunity to learn from where they are and move forward. So that's why we have created the Personalized Library Professional Development module program. This year's goal, or this year's module, was library programming. You can see the 6 different modules we have. Last year we focused on administration. Next year will be collection development. And then the librarians will choose which area that they want to learn. So this year's focus was increasing awareness and usage of library resources and services. So librarians set a personal challenge for themselves of how they're going to meet that goal. Everything from website development. One school created a student advisory group. One librarian is doing annual or monthly newsletters. I talked about that with Mrs. Castor. She's done a great job. And many libraries are collaborating with the Carson City Library to increase our library resources and connection to the city library. Roles and responsibilities. I've shown this, I showed this last year, and just to remind you, we have the certified librarians are librarians who are teachers who have a master's in library science. That's our secondary librarians. And we specialize in research and inquiry, curriculum development, instruction, and tech integration. And our library media technicians are classified library staff. Also provide library and information literacy instruction. They manage the library collection and tech resources and promote reading for information and enjoyment. So whatever our backgrounds are, whatever our licensure is, we all work together to provide a safe, welcoming space for our students where we can challenge them to learn and to grow from where they are. As your district library coordinator, my job is to focus on training and professional growth, library processes and procedures to support our school librarians and advocate for funding and instruction and curriculum for our librarians as well. So I really appreciate the time here tonight, and I can answer any questions that you have about the state of our school libraries.
Any questions or comments from the board? Joe?
Thanks, Ananda. Thanks for everything you do, first of all. I know it's not an easy thing to do. It's quite the level of work. You mentioned before we had books that were a bit old, outdated, and now we've got everything to like a 2004 level. How long of a process does that take? Because we've heard in the past, we've had people come up here and say, maybe we have outdated books, maybe we have inappropriate books, maybe we need new additions to our books. How long of a process is that to kind of go through and, stay current, I guess?
I believe this is my 8th year at Carson High, and it took me 8 years to get to this point. Now, I mean, granted, if it were a different type of library, if it were a, very quiet, studious, not many students, if I wasn't teaching class, I mean, if, then this is probably something I could have kept up on. But the library is a really engaging space. One of the reasons I was able to do this project, it takes a full inventory. And at the time, I had over 17,000 items in the library. There's one dad who comes in weekly, and he's been coming in. This is 3rd year now that he's been coming in and working on inventory. And with his help, he was able to do the background so that I could really focus on the collection analysis. It took me a couple of years to really know the collection. Before I bring anything off the shelves, I need to know, what the curriculum is across the board. I don't want to get rid of anything that's being used currently. And one of the things I noticed this last year was our classics. I had a lot of classics, but so many were so worn out that, students, they really don't even want to check it out because it's dirty and Some of them were moldy. You got to get rid of those. And so that's one of the things I'm doing is bringing in newer, it's not a newer version, it's like just a newer copy of some of our classics, because those are the most checked out books.
One of the things I think is great is just how engaging the library is. I mean, at all schools, but especially at the high school. You know, when you go in there, it's academic, but it's also, like the picture showed, there's kids doing puzzles. Sometimes kids are playing games, like that one game I beat you at.
Absolutely.
But I mean, seriously, it's an inviting space for students. It has learning resources. It's a place where they can develop socially and just get away from the stress of high school. You know, have a little bit of time with friends. And I think that's really valuable after what we've gone through the last 2 years. So I think you're to be commended for all you do.
Thank you. I appreciate that you noticed that. The social connections in the library are really important to me, so thank you.
So do you sleep? We just appreciate everything you do, and then taking on the digitalization of the yearbooks and newspapers, that was incredible. So thank you for all.
Thank you. Thank you for your support with that too.
I really appreciate the social atmosphere that the library provides for so many kids. At lunch, that's where so many go. And I love that you said your assistant knows every student's name, because we know one of the things that helps students to feel connected is to have an adult who knows who they are and pays attention to them. And when kids feel connected, they feel safe and they feel that somebody cares about them. And I think that as we continue to build that community at Carson High, that is how we address a lot of the things that we're seeing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree. I happened to be at the Carson High School last week at lunchtime, so I wanted to see, the activity there. And I did notice kids in the library, and I walked the whole school, and so I think that connection is important, so thank you.
I appreciate that. We average about 100 students a day eating in the library, and I would like to say that no custodians are required to come into the library after lunch. Those students leave it spotless. They wipe the tables down. There are no crumbs. And the students who eat in there really want to be in there, so they're great at cleaning up after themselves.
That's good.
Yes.
So over the last several years, we've heard, particularly from the elementary librarians, about the checking in computers, and I'm experiencing that myself. I mean, it's just challenging because it's an important job. There's not a lot of time for that job. Is that working better now for our librarians? Because I haven't heard anybody about that for a while.
It is working better because we learn and grow. I have a great collaboration with Raymond Medeiros, the Director of Technology, and he and I work closely together. We've made some systemic changes to the policies or procedures, how we check in and out Chromebooks in the elementary school in particular. Now that we're back in school, the elementary students are not taking the Chromebooks home, so they're assigned to the classroom. And so we were able to make some adjustments that make that check-in, check-out, especially at the elementary, much, much simpler. At Carson High, Mr. Medeiros has approved our grades 9 through 11 can keep their computers over the summer now. We have so many students who are involved in whether it's summer school, honors and AP classes, Jumpstart, which starts much earlier than the other students. Students who are working, doing scholarships, just continued learning over the summer. And in order to provide them access to that continued learning, our students are keeping their Chromebooks over the summer. We've tested this out for a couple of years now, and our loss rates are significantly lower than average over summer with the students who've taken them home. So we feel confident that this will work better for our students, and it helps with end of year and beginning of year. Typically, it takes 2 weeks at the high school to collect and pass out Chromebooks at the end and beginning of year. And now we have students, day one this year, they were able to get going with their online work, their digital work. And the same thing, we have finals all the way up to the last day of school.
Any other comment or questions? If not, thank you very much. Very good presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
May I just leave a little handful here? You can pass them down. I'd love to share our
Be glad to do
stickers
that.
with you. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 11, presentation on the Carson Cares program in the Carson City School District. This is for discussion only, and Mary Prey will be presenting. Thank you.
This microphone's getting a workout tonight.
Yeah.
I'm Mary Prey. I'm the Professional Learning Coordinator for Carson City School District. At the beginning of the year, I called myself the new Carrie, but I feel like I've grown into my position now, and I just call myself Mary. When I took this job, one of the things that I really promised myself, having just come out of the classroom, was that I would engage in work that supported teachers. And so in looking at the kind of activities that my job affects, things like new hire orientation and mentoring, I decided to create a program that will support our new hires and our educators, and hopefully address some of the retention issues that we face in Carson City School District, just like all of Nevada and all of the country. So really, when I consider this problem, I consider the imperative of retaining teachers and training good teachers. So I wanted to start with reading a piece of an email that I received from one of my new hire teachers that I supported this year. I wanted to thank you for asking about how I was doing on Monday. It was such an encouragement to me. I wasn't sure if you found out, but I put my resignation in March. And although I will finish out this school year, I will not return next year. I'm not sure what I'll be doing, but I know now I am not able to do all that is required of an elementary school teacher in the Carson City School District. It still breaks my heart to think about it. Just thought you might want to know. Again, thanks for what you do. The imperative becomes, at what point do we consider the support of our teachers in the highest regards? In the United States, 8% of teachers leave the profession annually, and more than 50% quit teaching before retirement. Teachers that exit the profession cite lack of support as one of the top 5 reasons for teacher attrition. So I wanted to take a look at Carson City School District's attrition data. So to do that, I really had to do a deep dive into our data. So I took a look at every board meeting agenda that was available on the website for the last 9 years and took resignation data and then compared it with which of those teachers were in what level of their training, or what level of their teaching, how many years of service, and if they were probationary. What I found is the rates have been pretty static over the years. They have been about the same even through COVID years. What this data shows is this is resignations, and it was current as of when I created this PowerPoint a couple weeks ago. There are more tonight, I noticed. Resignations only, not counting retirements. There were 30 as of when I made this report. And on the blue and red one, you see the years of service of those teachers who resigned. 5 years or less of service to the district, or more than 5 years. 58%, almost 59%, were with 5 years or less of service to our district. And of those teachers, 42% were probationary, which means they're in their first 3 years of teaching. Looking over the years, it holds pretty steadily. About 60% of teachers who resign are 5 years or less of service to our district. And of those, almost 50% is probationary. And that goes across 2019, 2020, where we had a large amount of probationary teachers leave. 29 teachers resigned in 2018, 2019. Of the teachers that resigned, 72% were 5 years or less, and 71% of those were probationary teachers in their first 3 years. So over the last 9 school years that data was available, more than half of the teachers who resigned have 5 years or less of service and are probationary in their early career. This year, we decided to work on creating an exit survey. And I've sent that survey to all the resignees. 12 chose to respond, including this year, how many years of teaching experience do you have? And you can see that the big red chunk are teachers that have 4 to 6 years. So it bears out the fact that about half of our teachers leaving have less experience. How many years did you teach in the school you're leaving? Most taught 4 to 6 years in that building, 25% 0 to 3. What are your plans for next year? I thought, well, maybe teachers are just quitting the profession, but 41.7% are leaving to teach in a different district. And then that 8.3% red chunk you see on this side is accepting another position within education. So not leaving education altogether.
So Mary, I'm sorry. So that big chunk of teachers, that's concerning.
Concerning.
And concerning that they're leaving for a different district. Are they I mean, as you said, they cite one of the top 5 reasons is lack of support. So they're expecting they'll get more support
Well, I think
elsewhere, or what, maybe I want to know a little bit more about that.
so. We also wanted to know a bit more about that. And I think that's why we, in working on the program that I'm going to present to you, the Carson Cares program, we really wanted to find some data that would be actionable for us. And exit surveys aren't the greatest because they're kind of like an autopsy report, right? The person has already chosen to leave. And even in the exit survey, I can share those results as well of what we've discovered. The teachers, I asked kind of like your customer service person when you want to quit your cable company and they send you to customer retention. What could we do to keep you as a customer? Half of them said nothing. There was nothing you could have done to keep me. So is it a issue of support at a site? Is it an issue of support at the district level? We're hoping that as we're putting these pieces into place, we'd like to work on creating a climate survey for next year that we look at before we have to do the autopsy exit survey. What are the things that we can support you with? Some of the other data that we've collected from the state, and the state is looking at, I was on the Nevada Coalition for Retention and Recruitment, and the state is looking at doing a statewide climate survey that they want to spend a lot of money on to kind of gauge, is it the same all across Nevada, right? Is it just younger generation of people who consider changing careers every 5 years to be a good new thing, right? My generation tended to stay with what you learned and didn't change so often.
I have a quick question. A clarifying question on the data, if you can go back to that
Yes.
slide. So this response was the 12 responded from the 30 resignations this year.
Correct.
And so 40% of 12, we're looking at
about 6 at that point.
5.
5.
So I just for number's sakes, because the percentages makes it seem really large, but we also didn't hear from 18 people who did resign. So just wanted to clarify.
Right. And I think it also tends to be when you do a survey like this, any kind of survey, you also have to look at some of the responses with a grain of salt, right? If they're choosing to reply to the survey, oftentimes it's the teachers who aren't happy, right? Usually if you're really happy somewhere, you don't necessarily respond to the survey, like on the back of the McDonald's receipt. You know, I never respond to that survey unless they mess up my hamburger, right? So I think as we're moving forward in the program, planning these pieces of data that'll give us more information throughout the year will be really helpful. And I think as we're looking at designing that climate survey and hoping that we can bring it forward in an actionable way, that we can bring those results and really think about as a district, where are the places we can support? And hopefully some of the stuff I'm going to show you will answer some of that that doesn't reflect on this exit survey as much as the new teachers have spoken to me as I've gone to sites to support teachers who cry every time I'm in their classroom to me and are feeling less than effective as teachers. So another piece of data that I think this was shared with our Nevada Coalition. This is from teacher preparation programs in educator preparation programs in the state of Nevada. In 2015 and 2016, about 3,000 students were in a teacher preparation program and 819 completed the program that year. In 2016, about 900 completed a teacher preparation program. But in the state of Nevada, this was the amount of vacancies that were unfilled this year. So if Nevada's graduating just over 800 new teachers a year, the shortage becomes kind of crystal clear for us. If we continue to lose teachers in their first 5 years of teaching or less than 5 years of service to our district, we can see there'll be a problem. And some schools are already experiencing that revolving door syndrome, right, where they have constantly this huge number of teachers, and it drains the resources of money, it drains resources of teachers who are attempting to mentor those teachers, administration who have to constantly train new teachers. So to me, it seems like our teaching profession is being held up on two sides. In the state side, the coalition really was one of 4 bodies that presented to the TRANF Council that will go to the legislation to present what we think should be done. And they talked a lot about salary and improving salaries and cost of living. We don't have that much control over how much money the state gives us unless they change it at that level. But the link in the chain that we do have control over is that support piece. So the Carson Cares program. We love our acronyms in education, so I had to create one. Collaborative assistance and reliable educator support, not just for our new teachers, but for all of our teachers. The roadmap of creating this program and how it's going to go forward for this next year. The CARES program creation for this last year is now leading into first year for this program. The first part of that is that expansion and shift of the mentorship program. So the current model is 1 mentor per every site, stipended at $500 in the year. The lead mentor at the site, the only mentor at the site, got their $500 stipend if they had 1 new hire at their building or 9 new hires at their building. 1 mentor with 9 new hires, especially if they're all probationary teachers, is just not enough. You just don't have the amount of time you need to really mentor new teachers. So the next part would be training for mentors and new, for site lead mentors. The implementation of the CARES mentorship, and new teacher academy, which is a cohort for the new teachers. Data collection and analysis of the program components. Every piece of the CARES program has a data collection portion with it so that we can constantly look at where we can improve this program. And then refine and adjust program components from the data we collect next year. This completely aligns with our strategic plan, the goals that we've set as a district, especially around providing new teacher induction trainings and mentoring throughout the school year, expanding the mentoring program, responding to staff needs, and exploring strategies to increase efficiency for our teachers. It starts with the new hire orientation. So the model of new hire orientation that we've used in the past will be slightly shifted. So the proposed changes to new hire orientation are to create a more instruction-focused program, expansion back to the full 5 days. It used to be 5 days, and through budgetary concerns, it's been pared back through the years to less and less time. A tracked system for differentiation amongst the new hire teachers. Not every new hire teacher is going to need exactly the same thing. Of course, our probationary, ARL, and long-term subs are going to need more. In the board packet, when you have a chance, you can see that tracked system in action on the Master New Hire Week schedule. The focus is really going to be on getting probationary teachers classroom ready. And that means working on curriculum on a curriculum day, a day devoted to Kickstart, which is a program focused around that first 4 weeks of school, getting them ready. Some of them, well, and I came out of my teacher preparation program. I even had student teaching, but my student teaching was late in the year and I wasn't there for beginning of school year. So how do I teach a procedure? What are classroom expectations? What does it really look like when I get those kids into my classroom? So Kickstart is devoted to that idea of getting them classroom ready. What is it going to look like in your classroom in those first 4 weeks? And then an NEPF overview on the framework that they're going to be evaluated on. And a lot of that NEPF overview will work around their first quarter priorities. I presented to the administration an idea of prioritizing the NEPF standards so that over the 2-year induction program, they would get all of the NEPF pieces in a more manageable set of chunks rather than all at once. A teacher induction program is only as good as its components, and beginning teachers, in order to make more competent and effective professionals, it needs to be more than just our single week of new hire orientation. It needs to involve both more focused professional learning throughout the year for the new hire teachers and an expansion of our mentorship program. So our action steps in creating the program were around the 3 different areas. So the professional learning component, which is a 2-year induction program for probationary and ARL teachers. So they'll be in new teacher cohorts, a year 1 cohort and then a year 2 cohort, where they'll be able to have training involving focused targets of improving practice and just-in-time supports about things that come up during the school year, like how do you run a conference? What's expected of you in an IEP meeting? The 5-day focused orientation week, and the new teacher academy. Basically, the new teacher academy and the NEPF will run alternate months. 1 month, they'll get the new teacher academy. The next month, it'll be an NEPF training. The NEPF trainings will be on our minimum days. There are 5 days set aside for the new hires to come to NEPF training. In looking at induction models from all over the country, I found there were a set of several states that have statewide induction programs that have better effectiveness than others. So I took some of the program standards from those, and really have focused on creating a program that's tailor fit for us in our district and our needs. The expectations of new hires would be that they participate in that orientation week and the new teacher academy for probationary teachers. They must participate in the mentorship program and maintain a portfolio of their work that's done with their mentor around their instructional goals. And that'll just be another piece of data collection. This involves multiple layers of support instead of the single point of contact support they've had in the past. There'll be a site lead mentor, which in the elementary schools will be the instructional coaches. And then those coaches, the site mentors, should be in their grade level or in their content area. And we want to train as many mentors as we can so that we have trained mentors when they get someone new in their grade level or content area. And that work will be around goal setting, coaching cycles, evaluation cycles, to improve their performance in the classroom. Committee free for years 1 and 2. A new teacher doesn't need to be on Sunshine Committee and Safety Committee and School Improvement Committee. They need to focus on learning how to teach, and it's a tough job in those first couple years. Whatever we can take off plates. And then there'll be district level supports, a district lead mentor, and then the curriculum coordinators and tech integration have all agreed to be part of this educator support team. Absolutely.
You know, one of the things I think about is doing the portfolio. My fear is that when you look at NEPF, that puts the focus on creating a box of things as opposed to finding a rationale for why you believe you've earned a certain level for that conversation with your administrator. And I also fear that in the first 2 years of teaching, it's going to put a lot of pressure on those teachers that they're already overwhelmed.
I have something to show you. I agree. And part of the reason why I really encouraged administrators to look at prioritizing those NEPF standards is because in the past, you get a 2-day training on NEPF on all of the standards, all of the indicators within the standards, and then you're immediately evaluated on all of these 41 pieces of evaluation. What we needed to look at is how can we focus it so that when they're doing their work on improving their classroom instruction, how do we focus on the real nuts and bolts of instruction while still giving them the tools to become an effective educator on the NEPF? So when I show you the proficiency scale that I've created around these areas, I think that you'll see how we can blend the two. The work that they do on their portfolio will be driven by, in the same way we want students, driven by differentiation for them. If they already know something, then we don't need to keep evaluating it, right? We can mark off that we've done that and then keep moving them forward and up the scale. So the support at all levels to really implement an induction program successfully. When I looked at all the different induction programs that are successful around the country, I found there were several components that were the same in a lot of these. So the 5 things I really looked at was a strong and supportive instructional leader at a site with positive instructional school district climate and culture. So saying that we think that this is important. We think that teacher support, especially early career teacher support, is important, and we treat it with a positive spin. The instructional leader at their site, the site mentors at their site, the lead site mentor, create a culture that we're all learners and that we're all here to support. The second was skilled and trained mentors. Every successful induction program also has a training program for their mentors. Different types of support were always built in. So a balance of that kind of structured mentoring, like it would look like with the NEPF, around the different pieces, but also having someone to provide that just-in-time support. I don't know, I don't remember how to put my grades in Mastery Connect. Can you come help me? Or we're supposed to give this assessment and I don't understand what this piece is. Who can I go to? Who's my mentor person? And then it all involved that individualized learning piece. In our district, we envision that as kind of following, and I know you probably heard the word Marzano proficiency scales a few times, in setting up growth goals around these pieces that teachers need to have good instructional practice, that they're able to see the goals, they're able to work towards their goals, mark those things off their checklist as their mentor or their administrator looks at those things, and move on to the next goal to keep improving their practice in those areas. And being able to choose from that list of things. This is what I want to work on. This is the next thing I want to work on. Probably the most important piece is that collaboration and feedback piece with their mentor, where they can collaborate across the board with lesson planning, with working on goals, with creating things for their classrooms, and then getting feedback on those pieces. If they never know if those pieces are successful or not, then we don't go down the right road. We keep doing the same things over and over. So a collaboration and feedback cycle with their mentor. So one of the studies I leaned really heavily on was this study by Ingersoll and Smith. They looked at 15 induction and mentoring programs to see if there was actual success. And what they discovered was new teachers were less likely to leave the profession if they were provided with a mentor in their content area and if they participated in formal planning and collaboration with other teachers, lessening the feeling of isolation and improving their practice by really working with strong teachers. So that led to the expanded mentorship idea. So basically, instead of the one-site mentor, re-envisioning mentorship across the district as one district lead mentor who will be the touch point for doing the trainings, for providing or for collecting the data, for looking at analysis, for being that person that the site lead mentors come to if there's a problem. Then there'll be a site lead mentor at every site. At the elementary schools, it'll be their instructional coach. And then the secondary schools will choose their site lead mentor. And then underneath that are the trained site mentors. So someone, hopefully in the next 2 years, in every grade level and every content area. And then below that are the teachers who are willing to open up their classrooms for modeling good teaching for those new hire teachers. The mentorship action steps were similar to the induction. We need to train our mentors. We've partnered with our PDP to create a year-long cohort for the mentors, and we've worked on securing funding through Title II and through some additional grant funding with ESSER. So the pieces that are important in that program are the Summer Academy, a 2-day course, kind of a crash course in mentoring, instructional coaching model this summer, and then a mentor roundtable, which will be ongoing support and training throughout the year, 2 hours a month for mentors. The goal is to create an effective and respected mentoring program. So there are mentoring standards that we've looked at that the curriculum coordinators and I have gone through to choose the pieces that we think will be the most effective for our Carson City School District. Eventually, we'd like to create a rigorous mentorship interview and selection process where this is a respected thing. It's important work, and that the mentors in their sites are respected as teacher leaders. When I started talking about expanding the mentorship, several people told me, "Oh, you'll never get enough mentors. Teachers are so busy and they don't have time to do one more thing." And I said, well, let's give it a try. And I put forward a budget of paying teachers for their time in training and stipending teachers that are working with other teachers. And I have more mentors than I can afford to train this year. And so I think that respecting teachers and their time spoke volumes for getting teachers who want to become mentors. And then ultimately, this program needs to be sustainable. We need to realize that retention of teachers, especially our new teachers, especially the teachers that are in their first 5 years of teaching, is vastly important to this school district. We can't keep losing teachers in this revolving door. There just aren't enough coming down the pike. And, you know, there are school districts offering to buy you an ATV if you go teach in their school district, or offer you $5,000 to come teach there. But that really is just stealing from one pot to another, and it's not sustainable in the long run. We need to keep all the teachers we can and support our teachers to become the kind of educators we want to teach our kids.
You know, the money is an incentive, certainly, but from what I've seen and what I've heard here, it's not the big incentive. I think most people, when they go into teaching, know they're not going in it for the money. And not that that's good. I wish we could pay them all more. But I think, you know, you're onto something with the support. Because I think when people come into the profession, they're excited. They want to impact students in a positive way. And then what they see is, from the national level on down, really the lack of support for teachers. And the public school system is a good example of that. They really, in my opinion, at the highest levels, don't support education. They talk about it, but now they talk more about school of choice, which is an important thing, but you can't abandon one for the other. And so these teachers come in and they see that, and then they come into the districts and the schools and they struggle. And I'm just talking about the experiences I have here. When I was in Florida in February, I spoke to teachers and administrators in 2 different school districts. And they're talking about the exact same thing. And so I think this, if we can find a way to clear, I've said this before, to clear the path so teachers can teach, but also to help mentor.
Yes.
I think that's what we need. I mean, we need these teachers to stick around in the short term and in the long term, and we have to do it with support.
I 100% agree. And I think that's why this has been such a passionate project for me. And I'm lucky that Tasha's my boss and kind of let me run with this. I'm pretty sure she probably thought I was insane in the first year on my job to create a whole new program. And originally it was a 3-year plan. And I felt like the imperative was so important, and especially at every board meeting, and you've been here every time that consent agenda comes up, and there's more and more and more names of teachers resigning. How many did we have before spring break even this year? I mean, we had over 20 resignations. We had some in the first month of school, and leaving in the middle of the year like we've never seen before, not even staying till the end of the year. I think it says a lot about the state of mind of teachers. You know, I even though I've signed this contract, I have to go, right? So I think that all over, like you've seen in Florida, it's become a national issue of how do we keep teachers? And we always hear that, don't give us one more thing and don't give us one more thing. But how do we really prioritize for our teachers? So the program is built around how do we collect more data around this program, around support for our teachers at all these levels. So every piece of the Carson Cares program has a measurement of success component to it. So for mentor effectiveness, there'll be a survey of the mentees, so at the beginning and at the end of the school year. So after orientation week, there'll be a survey of how valuable was your mentor's support during this first new orientation week, and did they provide everything you needed support-wise? And then at the end of the year, did you work on your goals, those kinds of things? There'll be a survey of administrators that'll go out. Do you feel like this program of mentorship and induction has created more effective teachers at your site? Evaluation by the district lead mentor, so looking at all the pieces, observing mentors and their data, their portfolios, and then a mentor self-reflection. How well do you feel like you were able to mentor? Do you feel like there are more supports you need, more training you need? Around new teacher effectiveness, a survey of new teachers at the beginning of the year around the program components of NEPF, and then at the end, do you feel like you're a more efficient and effective teacher? And then proficiency skills. In the board packet, there is an example of a proficiency scale that was created. It's the classroom management. It's the very first one that they will see during new hire week. And basically, this mirrors what our students are going to be using eventually and what our teachers are going to be working on in the next couple of years, moving towards what is a proficient teacher? What does it look like to be an effective teacher in the classroom? So really, this gives us the option to really individualize the training for teachers. If you already know how to do some of these things, then you don't need to work on that anymore. My mentor and I have looked at this. My mentor observed this. My mentor marks it off on my scale. Then the administrators also gain a benefit by these scales because it becomes that third point of data when you're having a meeting with your new hired teacher and you say, well, you need to add more metacognition in your classroom. And the new teacher says, and then they go back and say, what's that? And how do I do that in my classroom? This will provide that breakdown of, so here are the things that I see. I see that you already have this, this, and this. The next step might be to add this and this. So it gives the teacher an idea of what they need to do, what does it look like, and some steps that they can take. There's one of these for each piece of the NEPF, which will roll out over their 2-year, as opposed to the 2 days that we have done in the past. Educator support effectiveness. So I'm going to show you a piece in a second. The educator support ticket log. There will be an educator support ticket that all teachers in the district will be able to submit, kind of the way we do a tech ticket. My computer's broken, come fix it. I guess it would be an I'm broken, come fix me moment for teachers. I need something from you. Who do you send? And then there'll be educator survey results. So once they receive support, a survey will be generated to them. Did someone come and support you around that? Was there something that you didn't receive you asked for? How better can we provide that? And then the exit survey, should teachers choose to leave. And hopefully to add in there a district-wide climate survey for next year. So the last piece is, how does this support all teachers? We talked a lot about new teachers in the district. How does this support all of our teachers, including every teacher in our district? So basically, I envision the support in our district as layers and layers and layers. And the more we can add to support the teachers from the bottom up, the less they're up there swinging on the 44th floor without the walls built in the wind. So basically, Carson Cares is a multi-tiered system of support. Our ARL and probationary teachers are at the bottom of that pyramid. We need to build that before we can build on top of it. Tier 1 supports all the teachers. What are the things that all teachers in our district can expect? Tier 2 would be that targeted professional learning for teachers who need a little more. And then Tier 3 would be individualized supports that we offer through our instructional coaching, targeted instructional supports for struggling teachers. And at the top would be the leadership model that we're actually adding the layer of creating teacher leaders through our mentorship model. You have a copy of that in your packet, should you like to see it. And always, if you have any questions, you can always email me at some point too. The support ticket looks like this. It's a Google form. It automatically emails me when someone puts a request, and they can request support in any of these areas: tech integration, curriculum, instructional practice, NEPF, those kinds of things. They write out a basis to their request, and then I would say, okay, well, I'm going to send to you the fabulous Carolyn Cook to assist you in math curriculum, or the amazing Joanna Kaiser, who can help you with differentiation pieces or depth and complexity. The curriculum coordinators have agreed to be part of our support team. The CARES tiered support team, you also have a copy of that. You can just see the kind of supports and what gets added at each level. And basically, I think Bill Gates probably said it the best when he said students deserve great teachers and teachers deserve the support they need to become great. The basis of this program is how can we support all our teachers, but especially our new teachers, to become that kind of effective teacher we want to teach in Carson City School District. I don't know if anyone has any questions. You guys were asking in the middle, so I don't know if there's.
We'll go ahead and open up for questions or comments from the board. Joe, go ahead.
Richard, I have a comment.
Go ahead, Lupe, first, if you don't mind, Joe. Yep. Go ahead, Lupe.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, I would say, Mary, this is an amazing, amazing program. I am a firm believer of the power of having mentors for any group of individuals. So this is definitely extremely powerful, and I think that this is the answer to our many questions that we always come across. How do we empower our teachers? How do we help our teachers? How do we support our teachers? So outstanding presentation, outstanding program. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Joe, go ahead. Thank you, Lupe.
So again, thank you. This is a lot of information for you and the mentors. I mean, this alone is a bit overwhelming. So I guess my question is, are we ready to do this, or how long is it going to take to be ready to do this, and how do we sustain it?
So again, my wonderful boss, Tasha, allowed me to run with this program, but she also was willing to go with me on this journey as far as finding funding for mentors. I have, through the grant, and I've been grant writing all week with Valerie on getting some more ESSER funds for our teachers. We'll be training, we can train 36 mentors this coming year, plus the 10 site lead mentors. So that's 46 trained mentors for next year. So we'll be moving forward into year one of this plan with the expansion of mentorship. And the grant we wrote for the ESSER funds is a 2-year program. So we will be able to sustain additional training the following year for more mentors at that point, with the goal of this becoming a self-sustaining program where we train new mentors as we need and continue those things. We're ready to move forward with mentorship. We're ready to move forward with the educator support team. I envision Carson City School District as the lighthouse district in the state, with the exception of maybe Clark and Washoe, who have a lot more team members on their professional learning team that handle all these different things. They have a person for everything. I did most of this work in conjunction with our fabulous other support staff at our Educational Services Department in brainstorming sessions. And we are really ready to move forward with educator support for next year. All of the pieces that I presented to you tonight will move forward for next year, including the 5-day orientation week, which then moves the dates. You'll be hearing, I'm sure, about the calendar change for those 2 days, and moves the Governor Mansion breakfast, which may not be at the Governor's Mansion because we may have so many people, including our new mentors, that we have to move it to a bigger site, which seems like a good problem to have. So we are ready to move forward.
Any other comments, questions? I would just thank you for putting so much work into this. Mentorship, I think, is very important. We do need to get to a point where we can retain the teachers we have past that 5-year thing. I do worry, though. I personally know one teacher who went to school, was raised in a family, got her teaching degree, taught 1 year, and then called it quits because she just felt overwhelmed with everything that she was being asked to do and thought it was taking away time from her family in the evenings. So how are we going to address that, or is there any way to address that?
So that is probably the crux of all of it, right? How do we create that work-life balance, which we put in our strategic plan? How do we address that? I think the first step is really to prioritize. We, in education, the pendulum swings back and forth. I think that under the curriculum leadership we have currently, I think we have done great strides in looking at all of those programs that exist in our district, MTSS, AVID, proficiency scales, and it's Ed Services. And when we meet as a group, it is a powerful group of women, let me tell you that. We always look at it through the lens of not overwhelming teachers, not doing one more thing that has no purpose, and how do we braid these things together so they make sense and create less work on our teachers. Until we prioritize at every level, we will always hear that teachers are overwhelmed and feeling the pinch, because it's just true. Prioritizing at the administrative level, for the administrators in the building, prioritizing for their teachers. Are there things we can take off teachers' plates that don't need to be there? Prioritizing at the district level, like Ed Services has been working so hard to do. So it just becomes that back and forth conversation, which I think is really important, to listen to those teacher voices. They're crying uncle, and they're doing it by quitting.
You're exactly right, and I'm glad that it's part of your mission, so to speak, to look at that, because I do know teachers who've taught for 25 years too, and they're leaving early for the same reason.
Right.
So we're not only losing them early in their career, but we're losing them maybe before their career could be over, just for that reason. So I'm glad, and hopefully you'll continue to look at that.
Yes.
So we can address it.
Absolutely.
I appreciate
And I'll
it.
be bringing you hopefully lots of data through this next year on the success of this program.
Well, it's the teachers well deserve it, the new teachers especially, and the existing teachers, so thank you very much. I think it's a great program. And at this time, we're going to take a small break, 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you, and then we'll reconvene you. meeting back to order. Uh, We're waiting a second before we call it back to order. We'll call the meeting back to order, and we'll move on to agenda item number 12, discussion of proposed changes to CCSD Regulation 511.1, student accident and injury procedures, and this is for discussion only. And Mr. Stokes will be presenting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. The purpose of this presentation tonight is to take a look at a proposed change to Board Regulation 511.1. As you know, policies are, or any change or modification in policies required board action, whereas regulations are everyday operational conditions that change regularly, and we always try to make the trustees aware of any regulation changes that are being proposed. And in this particular case, we wanted to provide additional information for any of our administrators, coaches, supervisors, or those who might be working as a chaperone on any out-of-town event. And the proposed change is on page 2 of the Regulation 511.1. Item number 10 reads, if a student is transported to an urgent care / ER facility, a staff member or chaperone will remain with the student or at the facility waiting room until parents arrive or the student is released from care unless otherwise excused by the parent. So again, this is just a common sense kind of addition where we want, if there is a need, especially in an out-of-town or away from school event, and it does require medical service to that student, we want to make sure that our folks are there supporting that student until either relieved of duty or unless the parents let them know that they will be there, or if the student is actually dismissed from that medical facility. So that's really the extent of the changes being proposed here. Do you have any questions?
I'm thinking that would be implied, but sometimes things get lost in translation when something's going on. So, we have, especially some of our high school students are traveling all over the country for their CTE programs. And so I would hate to think a child is requiring medical care and their families, thousands of miles away. So I think it sounds like a common sense approach.
My only question is with the last clause of the unless otherwise excused by a parent. I guess what would those exceptions be? And I can think if we've got students who are 18 years of age and then they're treated as adults, but I worry about some of the minor kids if they're in an ER or urgent care facility, if there's no one there for them. I mean, I guess nurses take over. Ryan, what are your thoughts on that one?
I guess it gives discretion in application to include the language about unless otherwise excused by a parent. If there's a situation where I can think of a parent being en route and knowing the facility, being comfortable with saying, you know what, they're good, they're under care, and releasing the school district representative. I don't think it hurts anything to leave that in there. I think it gives discretion and flexibility to the district.
I mean, I'm still picturing even then, if I was that coach or that teacher, I would still be in the waiting room until the parents got there in case that kid needed something. So,
Might be a
yeah.
guardian or substitute. Parent friend.
Any other discussion or questions from the board members? Seeing none, this is for discussion only, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I did fail to mention earlier too that Andrew Fueling's going to be joining us via telephone. He couldn't be here tonight. So on agenda item number 13, presentation of budget preparation timeline and introduction of topics for the public hearing on the budget for fiscal year 2022, 2023, including brief discussion. And this is for discussion only. Mr. Fueling, are you with us?
I am, President Varner. Thank you.
Anytime you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. There's a bit of a delay between what I'm seeing on the screen and what I'm hearing, so I apologize if it's a little awkward timing, but I'll do my best. Is Mrs. Fuson my clicker for the evening?
I am your clicker. I am here and ready to move forward as you let me know.
Ready to click.
Thank you. So, is it possible to bring up on the screen what's being presented on the presentation? I can't really.
Mr. Fueling, this is Tasha. I have Nevada K-12 education funding at the top of my slide.
Yeah, no, you were fine, Mrs. Fuson. It was on the live stream. I couldn't see it. Now it's up now, so thank you. Okay. So the original final budget for 2022-2023. One of my favorite quotes, Mrs. Fuson, if you click 2 more times, this will bring up the author of this amazing quote. So this is a quote from Governor Grant Sawyer from January 22nd, 1963, talking about some of the details of or successes of education in the state of Nevada. So moving on, today's presentation, we will go through the budget preparation timeline, and I'll try to make that quick because we've already reviewed that with the tentative budget, the revised capital plan for consideration, which is still fairly limited in scope, and then the budget presentation itself, and then the resolution for your consideration. If you could go one more, please.
I'm showing May 24th.
Okay, so yeah, there's a 30-second lag in what I'm seeing on YouTube. So my apologies. So Tasha, I'll just say what slide I'm looking at, and I'll start talking about it, and hopefully it'll make sense to you. Okay.
I will keep up with you.
Okay. If you could just go back one then.
I'm there.
Okay. So in October, once we have our general count of students for the month of September, we will start doing projections on enrollments for the next school year. We start doing our first updated budget projections then the next month with those students, and starting to bring in our audited financial numbers. We get heavier into then the budget planning process in January, getting revenue projections in February, March from Department of Taxation. Those aren't as important anymore, but it's still interesting information for us to consider. Then the tentative budget, which was presented to the board back in April, that's due to taxation by April 15th. There's some fine tuning, and then you end up where we are today. So this meeting has been noticed twice. If you go to the next slide, please. And we are now at the budget hearing this evening on May 24th. The original final budget is due to taxation by June 8th. And then before December 31st, we're allowed to do an amended budget. We always do. Next slide, please. So it should be the fiscal year 23 budget. So the second year, it is the second year of the biennium, so we know our hold harmless per pupil number, that is not an unknown, which is a good thing. We still have not learned what our special education funding will be for next year, but we're usually pretty close to it in estimates. You'll notice some slight variations in salary and benefit dollar dollar amounts, and that's just updating with known turnovers and vacancies in the district. And then again, our nutrition services fund deficit, it's just kind of a standing item. We always have a deficit in that fund, and we don't this year, so it's kind of important to. Next slide, please.
Hey, AJ, could I ask you a quick question about that?
Yeah, sure.
Did we ever get any word? I know the governor had said he was going to start funding the free breakfast and lunch like the federal government was doing. Have we gotten more information about that for next year?
We don't have the exact details of how it will work yet, but the basic idea is that, so for example, if a student is free, we will get, so every student is going to eat for free. And basically whatever amount normally the student would have to potentially make up, we will get reimbursed that amount from the state. And so while that may not seem like that big of a deal, that will most certainly keep participation likely at the levels we're seeing right now. And if that's the case, then the revenues in that fund should be, they won't be quite as high as this year, but they still will be higher than what we're used to seeing. And that should easily offset our expenditures in that fund. Last part of this, the capital projects, just the ongoing work. Mr. Cornick is going to speak here in a little bit to talk about some of that. Some slight revisions to the capital improvement plan. We will be doing a lot of work this summer, and it's always kind of an awkward thing because it crosses fiscal years. So this is always tightened up once we get to the December amended budget. And that's why we revise it in the month of December. Any other questions or comments so far? And if not, Susan, you can go to the slide that has the number 9 on it.
I'm there.
Just for clarification, is this the next agenda item 14?
Yeah, I apologize. So President Varner, item 8 is complete.
Any board discussion questions? Seeing none, we'll move on then to, I guess we'll go to number 14, which is discussion and possible action to approve the revised capital improvement plan for the Carson City School District for fiscal year 2022-2023, and this is for possible action. And Mr. Mark Cornick and Mr. Fueling will be presenting.
Thank you, President Varner, and Mr. Cornick, my great apologies for not being there this evening. This item is specifically about the capital improvement plan. That plan can be found on page 60 of the budget document itself. It reflects really a process that started, well, I think 5 or 6 years ago with the original Facility Master Planning Committee. We're at that point now where we're wrapping up many of the final projects that community committee had approved. So one of the things I just wanted to point out, if you look at the top of the budget or the capital improvement plan document, under the revenues, kind of the orange numbers near the top, there's a black line that says available pay-go or pay-as-you-go, and you'll notice those numbers are increasing over time, and so what that means is that money is will be accumulating in the debt service fund. It would be available for transfer to the capital projects fund to do some projects if we so chose, or it is funds that could be used to further bond for future projects. So with the increase in interest rates that we've seen over the last month, it likely won't go as far as it would have just back in 2021 or early 2022. But it's still just something to keep in mind. That the opportunity may be there, although still kind of keeping in consideration the economy decisions. This document is a bit of a living document. It can change at any time. It can be brought before the board again at any time. So just keep that in mind. And with that, I will defer to Mr. Cornick, who can talk through some of maybe the projects on here or other projects that are wrapping up. And if you have any questions, we'll try to answer for you.
Thank you, Mr. Fueling, President Varner, and trustees, Mr. Stokes. Thanks for letting me pinch hit here tonight and support Mr. Fueling. I just was going to go through the expenditures on that page real quickly and add some comments and some direction where we might be going later this fall. In the district-wide cycle, we often have, for those three categories, asphalt, roofing, and envelope, and refresh, we generally put about $100,000 in there every year. And that is just to keep up on those projects, right? Keep up on our parking lots, roofs. And a refresh item, we added that a few years back, where generally a school will get a refresh, either that painting or carpeting or something like that in the schools, or it may go across the district to a few schools if it's a like item, okay? So this year, that item, the refresh item, is Seeliger. We're refreshing all their restrooms with new partitions and new countertops and tile cleaning, et cetera. And then we have about 10 classrooms that we're painting. And a lot of that painting work's due to new television monitors going in. And previously, years ago, we mounted those smart boards we had on the chalkboards. And this is one of those schools, so we have to get rid of the chalkboards and then refinish the walls and then paint the walls. So it was a good year to do a refresh there. On the asphalt item, we have 50% more than we have funds for right now, but we may be able to take care of that later, and I'll talk a little more on that later. And then the roofing envelope is for smaller roofing jobs. We have several of those. District-wide maintenance, I want to come back to that because that's a high dollar item, which you guys are probably interested in. Let me get through a couple of these easy ones, and then we'll talk about that near the end. We have a bathroom remodel. It's titled bathroom remodel, but there's more work to that. Our primary restrooms at Bordewick are being overused. So we need to do something to expand those or change the way we put traffic through those bathrooms. And then we talked about a special ed or a CLS upgrade in that building. The special ed rooms and the autism room is not adequate for that program anymore, so we want to upgrade that, and then that'll provide us a little more space for those other rooms that we can turn back into standard classrooms. In Carson High, we have a re-roof, and that's just a term that we put on all the schools when we're addressing a roof. You'll see as you go down here, most of the schools have some kind of roof work this year or next year or the following year. And that could be recoating the roofs if they're TPO plastic roofs, or it could be re-roofing or just repairing, major repairing. And then we have a locker room remodel, which is phase 2. A couple years ago, we did some PE locker rooms, and I think it was varsity girls basketball locker rooms, and redid that. There's a boys PE room, and then there's a girls upstairs PE room that needs to be upgraded and brought into this century with lockers and that kind of thing. Eagle Valley, that $1 million is sitting there to final up the expansion project, which next week we'll be doing our first major punch walk on that. So we're in the 90% completion area on that right now, and it's looking wonderful. We will be doing 2 projects in the summer to finish that, which is a remodel of an existing computer lab. There's 2 rooms that are computer lab. One room's going to become some offices and an IT room, and then the other one's going to be completely remodeled computer lab with access from the exterior hallway, which it never had before. You had to go through one room to get to the other. So this will make that room a lot better. And then in the front of the building, we'll get a rebuilt vestibule. Currently, that vestibule, when the doors open, it offers a lot of wind into the building and into that office area. And that vestibule was planned on a safety grant that we had 2 years ago. And when COVID happened, whatever we were working on in that safety grant, the money was taken back by the state, and we couldn't finish the project. So we added it into this project. So we'll be hustling to get that done by first day of school, but everything's looking really good schedule-wise. And then you'll see roofs at Fremont, Fritch, Mark Twain, and Seeliger are all down there that are planned for this year, which we'd be doing an RFP for. About 5 years ago, we hired a company called Benchmark to do an evaluation of all the roofs in the district. So we have mapping for every school. We know what the next project should be. And with availability of some funds, because we finished up some projects, we decided to go ahead and put those together. And it may be that we end up putting those other ones that are scheduled next year in there as well. But we'll have to see. And then finally, transportation is getting a bit of a remodel. They have a bay that they're using kind of for storage and equipment right now. And then there's an outside shed area. We're going to make that a new indoor enclosed area and open up that bay and clean up that whole area so that they'll have a 4th bay to repair buses and kind of dedicate for our new e-buses that'll be coming in. So it was a little bit scattered there, and part of that reason is because of this district-wide maintenance, major maintenance, that shows nearly $5 million in there for this year and another $1.5 million next year. And that money obviously was earmarked for the 1600 Snyder property. We had money to purchase and then money to do some remodeling. And since that property's been sold, we won't be doing that, but we already bonded, so we have that money there. So that money could be used to, like I said, push some of those other roof projects together and go out for RFP for all of that this year. And Benchmark is a company that would help us with that. They build the scope, We just did Bordewicks last year on their multipurpose room, kindergartens, and they helped us build the scope for that and what type of roof we should put on there, et cetera. So we could look at some of that money going that way. We've talked about district-wide. There's several landscaping projects that we could get done in that we could conserve some more water, less maintenance, since the staffing is really tough to get in the grounds department as well. There may be some money, supplemental money needed for that transportation project. Building controls are getting old. HVAC asset assessment, we need to do that. So these are some of the items that Mark Johnson and I have been looking at, but what we want to do is bring back our facilities master plan committee in the fall and start developing that 5 to 10 year plan for these projects and getting input from our staff and community, et cetera, to build that plan and then allocate those funds that we have sitting there. So when we did this 5-6 years ago, we developed a spreadsheet. We went and interviewed all administrators. We went to all the schools, and we built over a $50 million project list. In 2019, that we were down to $29 million, and we've even cut that below $20 million now. And some of those we'll find that have dropped off, that aren't in a direction we're going in maybe anymore, or we've done some benchmarks recommendations to do some fix-its on roofs, which will push our roofs out about 10 years. So we have all these different layers that we're looking at for that funding. So I'm looking forward to that in September, getting the team back together and looking for some new folks on that team, and looking for future direction of the facilities master plan. In a nutshell, that's basically what I got for you, but I'm here for questions. Did I cover everything, Mr. Fueling?
Yeah, excellent job, Mr. Cornick. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? I just have one. I was at the high school the other day, and I happened to ask Mr. Chambers what he would like to see for improvement safety-wise to the building. Safety-wise, yeah. And he suggested a set of double doors, another set of doors behind the north side doors there. So where you had 2 doors to go through instead of one. And I don't know if there's any money available in this proposal that you could do that maybe, or look at that.
I think you'll probably be on that committee, Mr. Varner, so bring that to us.
Okay.
We'll add it into the mix and we'll take a look at that. It's actually what we're doing at Eagle Valley, but that would be in a 2 to 3 times the size, right?
Right.
But that's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was Mr. Chambers' idea, so thank you. Well, this is an action item, so I'll open up for a motion. Can't hear you.
I'll move that we accept approve the capital improvement project as submitted.
Second.
Second by Stacy. Since it's an action item, is there any public comment? State your name for record, please.
Betsy Strasburg, I have a question. Could somebody just explain to me the difference between the bond funds and the capital project funds? Was the bond funds something that we did back in the past for targeted projects, and the capital project funds are coming from the budget for the district?
Would you like me to answer that, President Varner?
Yes, please.
Sure. It's basically, there's 2 different funds within the, within the district accounts. And one of them, the primary revenue source for the capital projects fund, is government services tax. So basically taxes collected for the sale of automobiles in Carson City. And so those revenues are not as high, as significant as what we usually receive in revenues when we sell a bond, but they are steady. So it's kind of a nice pot that we just always know that we're going to have available for capital projects around the district. The only other source we have dedicated for any type of capital projects is anything within the bond fund, and that's if we go to the markets and using our debt service levy, and I'll actually show that with the next part, the 43 cents we have. We can use the property tax revenues generated from that to go out to the market and sell a bond. And that the last time we did that was at the beginning of this last school year in September. I believe it was over $13 million a bond that we received. But they ultimately can be used for the same types of items. It's just that capital projects is not as significant amount.
Thank you. Any other in-person comment? Seeing none, before we move on to the online public comment, any other discussion by the board on the motion? Seeing none, call for any online comments.
Not regarding the capital plan, Mr. Varner.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and call for a vote on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Go ahead and we'll move on to agenda item number 15, discussion and possible action on the final budget, including adjustments to the tentative budget for the Carson City School District for fiscal year 2022-2023, including adoption of a resolution approving the final budget and transmittal letter. And this is for possible action, and it'll be presented by Mr. Fueling.
Thank you again, President Varner. Mrs. Fuson, if you could go to the slide that starts with the 81st session of the Nevada Legislature.
I'm there.
Thank you. So in the last session, again, we're in the second year of the biennium, so we were aware of our per pupil funding amount going into this year. We are still subject to the state's hold harmless provisions under the pupil-centered funding plan, originally guaranteed to be at least the level of funding from the fiscal year 20 or the 1920 school year, and it ended up actually being slightly less so that the state in that process could make it balanced to the amount of money that they wanted to put into education. So that hold harmless is calculated as a baseline off of the fiscal 20 per pupil. The amounts that we receive, because we are in hold harmless, have flexibility in the use of funds. Once we jump fully on the PCFP model, there's some more restrictions on how you use some of the weighted funding categories, but we have flexibility at this point. And then anything that has been added beyond that reduction, none of that goes to districts in hold harmless. So that goes to all the districts that have managed to get themselves on the pupil-centered funding plan. So even with added funding, we're still stuck at our level of funding. Next slide, please. Comparable enrollment year. So as I was preparing this, clearly we've talked about our enrollment has dropped over the last couple years, and so I wanted to go back to a year. I knew there had to be a year in recent history that had a similar level of enrollment, and so the year that was the closest was the 16-17 school year, so 6 years ago. And I thought it would just be interesting for you, and I think it kind of captures what is happening with this. You probably don't remember back in fiscal, I think it was 17 or 18, there was a correction to our funding amount in the old DSA model, and then we went into hold harmless. So it's kind of been a series of tough events for us. But when you look at that enrollment being only a difference of 4, and then you can see what the total state and local funds. So this isn't just the general fund. this is any kind of grant, any kind of weighted funding, class size reduction funding, anything that is primarily local or funded by the state, most of it being from the state. And when you compile all those numbers for each year and then divide it by the level of enrollment, you get that per pupil amount. So if you're going to say, what is the total state and local revenue per pupil, this is what my answer would be to you. So about 97.71 for 16-17 school year and 99.06 for next school year. And what really struck me about those numbers is the 1.4% increase in that per pupil state and local funding. And that's not 1.4% per year. That's in total over 6 years, our funding has gone up 1.4%. However, when you look at CPI, inflation numbers over that same period of time, and assuming that this next year is going to come in around 6%, which might be generous, that's 26.2% total increase in costs around us. So I think it just really kind of nicely frames the ongoing issues that we're going to have, that we're going to need to deal with over time. It's certainly a revenue problem at this point for us. The next slide, please. So just an update on the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds. So we actually have another year to spend the balance of our ESSER 2 funds, and I'll just note where some of those funds are going. And then we have 2 more years to spend our ESSER 3 funds. Last time I presented on the budget, we had not been given guidance as to the official end of ESSER 3 funding is September 30th, 2023, but all federal education grants are subject to what's called the Tidings Amendment, which ultimately allows for an extra year. So we actually have 2 more years to spend down those funds. The 4.4 and 9.9, those are the original amounts, not what is left at this point. That we'll still wait to see that here at year end, although I'll say ESSER 2 has been pretty well spent from what was budgeted. ESSER 3, due to difficulties hiring staff, has not spent quite as much. Slide. So tentatively, how are we using these federal grants? And I just add these in because it's significant dollar amounts, and to make you aware. And I don't know that I need to read through and mention every single one of these items, but the bigger point being is just keeping that long-term mindset. We've talked several times about the concern about the fiscal cliff. So when these grant funds do run out, there's not that it's more about the dollar amounts than what you see listed here, but those dollar amounts, to some extent, probably not 100%, have to be replaced in some way. So that's kind of the ongoing concern with those grants. If you go to the next slide, Mrs. Fuson. Are there any questions at this point?
Any questions, comments from the board? Not at this time, Mr. Fielding.
Thank you, President Varner. Hey, Mrs. Fuson, if you could go to the next slide. Average daily enrollment. So back in the 2017 school year, 2017-2018 school year, the state moved away from the count day, traditional count day, and now it is an average daily enrollment over each quarter. So as you can see, in the 18-19 school year and 19-20 school year, there was a number of years where the district was really starting to grow again fairly quickly, and then when COVID hit, things kind of dropped off. So as of this point, projecting about the same enrollment, and that's not a typo, that the decimal point is different by 0.1 on those last two. That actually is how it calculated out from where our current projections are for this year. Again, because every day still counts this year, so it's still kind of projecting enrollment for the year, and then what it's projecting for next year. Next slide, please. This is the historical weighted enrollments for the Carson City School District. And again, you can see there, starting in 16, 17, 17, 18, there was that bump in enrollment, and then it kind of dropped off. But it gives you a sense of, going back to 1991, the growth of the community. And, I've showed you some numbers at the last meeting talking about kind of the aging of the community and the fewer and fewer 18 and under kids. So you look back at the early 2000s, about 1,300 more kids. Very similar, but it's actually worse in Douglas County. Douglas County over that period has lost well over 2,000 kids in that time. So it's not something unique to Carson by any means. Go to the next slide, please. This is just looking at historical property tax rates for the district. The operating rate, which is basically our general fund, and now it's kind of strange because it really doesn't come to us anymore, it just goes to the state. And then the debt rate. The debt rate we do receive. But you go back to the 1970s, and those property tax rates were a heck of a lot higher. And then you have that 1980, the taxpayers revolt, in those times, and the state took over more of the funding. But then eventually the state recognized it couldn't really front or couldn't afford what it was trying to obligate itself to, so then it increased and made permanent that 75-cent operating tax rate. But our debt rate stabilized in the early 2000s, and then dropped a little bit when we went to the voters and they graciously approved our rollover bond question back in 2010. The next slide, please. This just looks at the overall Carson City property tax rate. So using the same colors, the blue is the operating rate for the school district, the 75 cents. The red is our debt rate. The green then is kind of everything from the city. And the city there's several different pots, and I don't exactly understand what all of them are, but that is kind of wrapping up everything into one for them, except for the debt rate that they don't actually levy anymore. So that purple is just separated out, and then the state of Nevada gets their portion of that too. But if you've heard over the years, I've probably referred to the tax cap, or you might have heard that in conversations. When you look at those later years, the top end of the line gets just over $3.50. So talk about the $3.65 tax cap, and that's kind of what this reflects, is that ultimately there is a limitation to countywide how much all the entities can tax, and all of that gets aggregated together, whatever the rates are, and it can't exceed that cap. So it kind of stops generally when you get there. Next slide, please. Historical assessed valuations. This now is just more of interest than anything else, but you see the huge blip in home values around the time leading up to the Great Recession. It wasn't until last year that values in Carson City for the first time exceeded that high point from back in 2009, I think it was. Was quite a downhill run and quite a recovery for the city. Next slide, please. That's kind of just overarching, enrollment and economic information. When you look at all of the funds of the district, we have a lot of funds, 25 altogether. And so when you look at kind of in proportion to each other, the general fund clearly is still the biggest fund, but we have many other tiny slices that we have to manage through all of our work. And one thing I would point out, I always try to, is if you look at special education, it's 5%, the kind of blue one on the left side, that's the revenue that we receive from the state. But then if you go to the next slide, you'll see how the expenditures for special education, again blue, are well larger than that 5%. So that's kind of the best example of how we have to do general fund transfers we have to transfer money from the general fund to cover those additional costs because the state doesn't cover all those costs for us. Again, then just looking at this look of expenditures broken out. Next slide, please. Not including the bond fund because that really tends to skew things because there's no salaries or wages attributed to it. But getting just an overall look of the district, what percent goes to salaries and wages, what percent goes to benefits and other items. So this is all funds otherwise together. So you can see about a little less than 75% when you consider all funds goes to staffing, and then 20% to services and supplies, and then some to transfers. Transfers truly are generally a staffing cost anyway, because we're transferring money to special education fund or usually nutrition fund. Those are staffing intensive areas for us. Next slide, please. So on the revenue side, there's no adjustments. On the expenditure side, as I mentioned, there's some really slight adjustments based on known turnover. There's been an additional bus added from the last budget as we're trying to replace some of that fleet. The timing delays on bus orders are huge. So if we place an order on July 1st, we will be lucky to get it by April of the next year at this point. So it's something that we would want to jump on and caused some problems last year. And then also adding the contingency line item. And then we'll talk a little bit about balance. Next slide, please. Again, so revenues under the old DSA way, there was a better balance between local sources and state sources. Now under the new PCFP is effectively all state funding. So there's very little local funds that come directly to us that we have control over anymore. So it's a little bit of a different world. Next slide. You look at the general fund. Again, it's pretty similar in terms of breakout between salaries, wages, and benefits, so kind of your staffing costs. Again, then thinking about transfers generally are staffing costs. So all of those together are mostly covering staffing in the district. Please. This gives a sense of kind of the change in our cost structure over time. So going back to 96 and looking at the blue is the percentage of our general fund expenditures that were attributed to wages. The red is benefits. The purple is services and supplies. And then the green is transfers to other funds. And so what's nice about this, and I always show this because I think it just really paints that picture of how the cost of benefits over time is, it just squeezes, right? Because it just kind of keeps growing little by little. Much of that due to PERS and much of that due to health insurance costs, but it definitely puts a squeeze on wages and other. Next slide, please. So looking at the general fund expenditures, just kind of by program area, the regular off to the right, that's just kind of your standard educational programming that you would think of in the schools. Down below, you'll see vocational and technical, so that's our CTE programming. Alternative and distance ed, that has actually, because of some of the new funds that we have, it sucks some of the alternative and English learner expenditures out of it. So it shrinks this, but if you looked at it as a whole as a district, it would be a larger percentage amount. Support services, 37%, so that's kind of everything on behind the scenes helping make education happen here. And then you have your transfers out at the top. Next slide down. Your opening fund balance projected for the year at about $11.2 million. Revenues are exceeded by the expenditures we're projecting. There is some carry forward included. If you recall, carry forward is unspent budget authority from prior years that we allow schools and departments to carry over a little bit if they don't spend down their entire budget. Then you have a deficit of about $1.2 million or $1.3 million. I think it's really important that given the world we're in, and especially the difficulty with hiring, I think it is incredibly unlikely that our expenditure level will come near that $69 million mark. I would fully expect it to come in lower than that because of positions that we likely may not be able to fill for next year. If we did, and all of that came through, we have an ending fund balance of $9.9 million, which is about 14.4% of. Historically, looking at that percentage amount, see where our fund balance has been. It rode up for a number of years, but then once really 17 came and got hit by the first round of changes in the level of funding, it's been overall on a decline. There's been some ups and downs, but overall on a bit of a decline. Still within a range that's considered very healthy for government entities. Second last slide. One thing we normally do in these presentations is always update the board, because by approving the budget, you're effectively approving the prices for the nutrition program. And so normally the feds each year force us to change our what prices we charge for meals. That did not happen last year, and we still have not received notice if they're going to do it this year. So at this point, these are the existing meal prices. And again, it almost kind of doesn't matter because the state will be backfilling costs for us, but still there's extra milks and those sorts of things that are included here. So that more or less for informational purposes. And Tucson, if you go to the next slide, questions or comments on the board?
Any comments or questions? Joe, go ahead.
AJ, this is Trustee Cassiopo. Just to refresh my memory, the ending fund balance, there's an amount we have to maintain so that, we don't get in trouble by the state, but also with this new funding formula, isn't there a maximum we can't exceed? And I'm wondering, I forgot what that number is, and I'm wondering how we're faring.
Yeah, I'm wondering too, unfortunately. So this is something that it's incredibly frustrating, because this is something that with the original SB 543 bill in 2019 and the revised SB 439 bill in 2021, there is some conflicting information or kind of standard. 16.6 is kind of the number. But as far as budgeted versus actual and the situationally when it applies and, how say like net proceeds, which we don't get, how that gets treated, they in the latest kind of iteration of how they may calculate it, they appear to be including the Nutrition Services and Special Education Fund, which I've already kind of pushed back on that and waiting to get some information back. But I guess 16.6 is kind of the number that you're looking for, but truly the interpretation of what that means and how it'll be applied, we still don't understand that. And what's really frustrating is that when we do come to a final answer on that, it's going to be retroactive back to fiscal 21. I should say that the changes between fiscal 20 and fiscal 21, and we're about to wrap up fiscal 22. So it's just a really frustrating place to be, and I'm hoping we get some. I think it's still going to be a little while before we really kind of nail down what this looks like, and we'll see if anything changes with the legislative session.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. I have a question on the $1.2 million tentative deficit. Does that include the $2 million or whatever it was for the ESSER money that we're spending? In other words, if we didn't have the ESSER money, would we be looking at a $3 million or plus deficit?
Yes, you would. And that really encapsulates that fiscal cliff scenario, right? So that's what everything that we're going to be talking about over the next month is really going to be leading up to that legislative session. And we need to be thinking about this anyway, kind of contingency planning. But really, it's all going to ride on what happens at the legislative level. Again, revenues for the state are absolutely through the roof right now. Everyone and their brother is going to be complaining about inflation. And so the hope would be that potentially the state puts enough money into education to free us from hold harmless, but that truly, I think, would be a significant amount of money, and I don't quite know that we'll get there, but the sooner we get out, the easier it is then to start dealing with that fiscal cliff scenario. So that is something that's been on my mind for ever since the first round came out and we knew that the hold harmless was going into effect. It's certainly helpful, and I'm very thankful that it happened with the timing that it did. Otherwise, if not, we would be living that scenario already. There would have had to have been cuts to meet programming needs.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions from the board? Seeing none, this is an action item. I'll go ahead and call for a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees adopt the final budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 by approving the resolution and transmittal letter, and further instruct the Director of Fiscal Services to file the necessary documents to comply with NRS Chapter 354.
Second by Laurel. Any further board discussion on the motion? Joe, go ahead.
Sorry, can I ask AJ one more question?
Sure.
Or did I miss my chance? Hey, AJ, so when I'm looking at page 2 of the budget in front of us, the total revenue projections for fiscal year 23, based on your second to last slide, check out at 67, 721, 810. But then you have total operating expenditures excluding transfers. Oh, maybe that answers my question. It was 61, 998, 162, but I think your slide showed something else.
Right, it was a higher. Well, and the other thing too is in my slide I'm not including the contingency line item, but on this page you have to include contingency. And truly, in the last 8 years, we've only accessed contingency funds one time, so we never really expect that, but it's something that has to be included in here. So when you look at the deficit on this page, it says 2.289 million, while what I showed you is 1.189 million. And again, there's zero expectation we will access contingency, but on this sheet, it has to be represented that way.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, we'll move on to any public comment on this. Any in-person public comment?
Thank you, Trustee Casiopo. That was my question too, so thank you for clarification. This is probably the third year or so that I recall we've had deficits. At what point will the school district start thinking about balancing their budget? And that is going to be probably a painful effort. So we need to start thinking about it because as and Mr. Fueling said that there is a cliff that is coming up, but I don't see any programs or thinking around how the school district would have a balanced budget down the road. So I urge the board to start thinking about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any online public comment?
Yes, Mr. Varner, thank you. This comment is from Robert Harris. Even though this will most likely not be taken into consideration, I still think it needs to be mentioned. The budget is not being allocated correctly. The district is getting money specifically for special needs children and children with IEPs. Because the district is shorthanded, the children who are supposed to get the special services are not receiving the help the district is getting money for. So where does the money go? Teacher bonus, diesel fuel? I have friends who can speak specifically to how children are treated within our district. For example, I know a child who is not speaking anymore because of an incident that happened that left a school employee in the hospital. This incident traumatized the child. With the district being short-staffed, you allowed violence to take place that left multiple victims, some physical and some emotional. I know you are all tired of hearing from me, but remember, I'm also tired of pointing out the egregious and systematic problems of this district, especially when we don't get any results to fix or change them. I don't know why the culture is so negative in the district, but a little wisdom I will pass along. People don't leave the company, they leave their district supervisor. They leave their direct supervisor. That's all I have, Mr. Varner.
Thank you.
President Varner?
Sure.
This is AJ. I apologize for interrupting. Mr. Nagel had respectfully asked a question earlier about one of the vendors, the rational mind bending. I just wanted to answer him. That is kind of the most extreme kind of case contractor, our vendor we use for psychological services. So the really severe behavioral issues across the district, which has grown over the last decade. So I just wanted to make sure he had an answer for that.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and call for a vote on the motion. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Move on to. Thank you, AJ, and I appreciate you coming out or being available tonight, even though you're not feeling well.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. This is not the night to have this happen. So.
Yeah, get better soon. We'll move on to item number 16, the approval of the consent agenda. This is for possible action.
I'll move that we approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Second by Don. Oh, Joe, I'm sorry. Okay. Any board discussion on the motion? Seeing none, any public comment? In-person public comment? Seeing none, any online public comment?
No, Mr. Varner, thank you.
Seeing none, we'll go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Say nay.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Move on to the next agenda item, number 17, informational items. This is for discussion only. These are all listed on the agenda. I'm sure everybody has had a chance to read them. Any discussion or questions about them? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to requests for future agenda items, topics.
It's not necessarily, well, it will be an agenda item eventually, but we talked a while ago about looking at the strategic plan. I just want to make sure it's still on our radar, because in my opinion, I'd like to look at the strategic plan, make sure it's updated to where we want it, because I think that's an important part in the superintendent evaluation, is making sure we align the two.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you.